We live, man. Peace to the guys, man. Peace to the goddesses. Once again, I got my brother King of America. From the bill we did last night, it's actually raining crazy in Jersey, and I ain't feel like going to work today. So we got a little time to do part 2 to what we did last night. And like I said, just a lot of this stuff is observation. These are the talking points and the sources to go along with the rest of the sources that we already have as far as genealogy and everything like that, but to just strongly show and prove the identity of the aboriginals of the Americas. So with that being said, I got my brother once again, King of New York. King of America. We got 4 people in the chat room.
New York too.
He said New York. No doubt.
Yep.
Share the build out. Hit the like button, man, and let's get some momentum because we got 9 people in the chat room. So before he starts presentation, let's see if we can get some more people in.
You want me to try to play a joint or something? Just the
black. Yeah, you want to play some music? Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead.
What's the Black Gods joint? Let me see. Who's that by?
You said who's? No, I can't. You know what? I can't. I can only share it on because I got it on my What the hell is that app? I got it on my SoundCloud, but you can rock something out. You want to play going rock something out?
Let me see. I got something. So let me make sure that you could hear it when I play. Let's see.
Yeah, my desktop, I don't know, man. I just started using it since my computer went down, or since my laptop went down, and it just kind of, I don't know. I don't like the way it moved. That's why I've always been on my laptop. Now I can't hear it. You got to hit the
yeah, hold on. Let's see. You hear that?
Nah, I still can't. Because you know what? You got to probably go back out and hit that and hit the link at the bottom.
Tab, right?
Hit the tab. Hit the audio link.
Gotcha.
Audio tab.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, but this computer right here, and I got shit on my phone. I don't want to put up to the microphone and do none of that again or whatever. But yeah, man, shout out to everybody. I'm going to, like I said, I'm working on getting this laptop. I should have it hopefully by the end of this week. If not, probably by Monday. But I didn't get it yet. So if you guys would like to donate towards it, then you're more than likely to do that. If not, the brother going to definitely put on another heavyweight bill like we did last night. Commentary in the middle, just this is our history right here. That's not being presented in its entirety. So I'll mute my mic, let the brother play a song, and we're gonna come back.
Yeah, let me know if you can hear it. Hopefully it went through this time.
Yeah, you good?
Good? Okay, all right.
What? That's the actual video. Overlay.
Okay, let me. I'll take it off the screen. I'll take it off the screen. I got
I'll put an overlay on.
Got it.
Oh, you good? I can put the overlay on it.
Okay.
I should just drive to the day rise. I gotta get out my head. Spend a little time by myself. Cause all memories on this road, spiritual. I don't wanna set the mood right. Downtown, headed to the east. I'm looking down my window light. Breeze by the city lights, fast people. Oh, I wanna ride through like I'm someone new. No telling what I might find. Feel that on first time. Feel that on first time. Oh, I wanna ride through it. Put some miles on it. Oh, baby. to find me ass. In Kensington Market, I write so. Taking my time and I know I do it often. I can get lost in all of these side streets. I drove through Liberty, I drove through Parkdale. I know them so good. I just wanna set the mood right. Downtown, headed to the east. Put it on my head, alright. Breeze by the city like last week. Oh, I wanna ride through like I'm someone new. No telling what I might find. Feel it a first time. Oh, I wanna ride through it. Put some miles on a baby. I just wanna find peace of mind for what I do for you. In the night I come alive like Sex in the City. I could go for miles, let myself feel so deep. Late night, it's on a late night, on a late night.
Yup. You that good? You want me to play another one? Or
That's good. Got enough people to rock with it, man. Excuse us for the technical difficulties, but like I said, my desktop, I don't know. I can't even share my screen. I'm gonna have to go on my phone or whatever. I don't know what. Like I said, this is Apple, so I don't know what's going on with this. But like I said, at the end of the day, the brother gonna definitely come through with his presentation. You said you wanted to share something on ancestry first, right? Or how you wanna?
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead. I just turn it over to. I'm gonna turn it over to you. I just come in because I'm actually doing something in the background. So whenever you're ready, you got your screen share or whatever, and I come in and ask some commentary shortly. Okay.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, you good.
No doubt. So once again, greatly appreciate A1 for allowing me to come on and show some information, you know what I mean? And peace to the chat. Peace to everyone who came out to rock out today. Hopefully something I present today will enlighten you. And, let's see what we got. I just, I showed a little bit about, just a little bit of some family history yesterday. But I wanted to dive into a little bit of genealogy just to kind of show, I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's just me, but, in this case right here, I'm just trying to give an example of misclassification when we talk about things like the Racial Integrity Act and who that affected. I just want to show from my own personal perspective how it affected my own family, So let's see here. So this is a memoir that my great uncle, let me put it this way, Elgin Lowe. This is a memoir he wrote called All My Children. All right, this is a picture of him. And hold on, let me blow that up. Yeah, so, and let's see. Now, mind you, my uncle Elgin Lowe, he's basically from my mother's father's line, So it's just interesting. He writes about here his grandmother, which would be my great grandmother, 3 times great, and he basically gives his account here, saying grandfather Lowe. Now, grandfather Lowe was considered a Caucasian Irishman, and it says, as she occasionally called him when talking to us, was an Irish American. Well, I mean, that hides that. who fell in love with a Native American Indian. When he later married this Native American Indian girl, his parents became so displeased with him that they disowned him, but they did give him a mule and cart to make life the best he could. So this is according to oral history that's been passed down, you know, and he eventually put in his memoirs. Now, mind you, this family or this side of my family is Virginians. So this is all in Virginia here. As you can see, it even mentions Southampton County here. And I just thought it was interesting because this Indian he's speaking about, it would be her name was Jane Ridley, my third-time great-grandmother, Jane Ridley. And one day I decided to just randomly Google her, you know, and I came upon this site which has cemetery records. And this is the site here, files.usgwarchives.net. And in it actually, you know, had some information on my family. And you can see here, it says Madison. Now, Madison is the Irishman. Madison Lowe would be my three-times great-grandfather, who was the husband, of course, of Jane Ridley, who, as this information is telling you right here, it says Madison was actually white, son of Ivy and Margaret Stevenson Lowe. And his father disowned him for marrying a woman of color, a Nansemond Indian, all right, by oral tradition. So I just thought that was interesting to find that because, you know, then when you dive a little deeper, you know, you dive into some of the records. So this is Jane Ridley, my third-time grandmother's death certificate, you see? And let's see. September 18th. And you can obviously see here color or race, Negro, right? So there you go right there. And then if you dive even further, we have her. This is the 1870 census. Now, mind you, I believe she was born in around 1840. So this was before the so-called Emancipation Proclamation, obviously. And here you go. She's listed. She's listed right here, Jane. And you see Madison Lowe right here. And there's Jane. Housekeeping is occupation. And you can see under race, there's a B. Oh, I'm sorry. That's wrong. M, because it says right here. M actually is a race. I think that's actually an F for female. Sorry about that. So M, you can see right here for mulatto. All right. So this is the 1870 census, right? Then we also have the 1880 census that she's listed on. And let's see, Jane Ridley, you see it right there. Madison Lowe, Jane Ridley. And here, she's listed as black, you know, which is kind of odd. So you have, you know, Nansemond Indian, then you have mulatto, you got black and Negro. You know what I'm saying? And then so we can go over here and we reference the Racial Integrity Act, you know what I mean? Because honestly, we know a lot of these statuses were written back. You know, a lot of these censuses were, you know, rewritten, you know, because, you know, we've all seen people post things, you know, censuses where it'll say, you know, Cherokee or something like that. And then it's crossed out and it'll say black, you know what I'm saying? So, and you can see it's here, it's saying, you know, in regards to the Racial Integrity Act, for the next 34 years, he led the effort to purify the white race in Virginia by forcing Indians and other non-whites to classify themselves as blacks. All right. And then we look here at the particular so-called tribes that this legislation affected, and you can see here, Nansemond. And so just thought that was interesting. It's kind of like you're able to see how
Hey, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt you, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Look, we got 37 people in the chat room. This A1 over here. Come on now, what are we doing? Share the video out, hit the like button. This man actually showing you real historical information. So this ain't just a conversation. So definitely share the video out, hit the like button.
Sure. I mean, you know, they could be on the shadow ban, you know what I mean? They could be on the shadow ban, you know how that goes. So it's all good, you know. But yeah, so you see that right there. So just thought that was interesting. Just wanted to share a little piece of my own genealogy there. And you know, you can let me know what you think about that. But to me, it's pretty clear cut, you know, what's going on. So also there was something else I wanted to show too. You know, just in regards to this is the etymology of the term Indian, right? And you know, I just thought it would be a nice observation since we're focusing on observation. You know what I mean? We could see here that it's telling you the term Indian was applied to the Aboriginal natives, inhabitants of America, at least 1553, as a noun, and 1610s as an adjective. Now, it's also telling you that it was given or placed on us on the mistaken notion that America was the eastern end of Asia. Of course, you know, we've already debunked that because that's not the name of that. That wasn't the name of that landmass at that time. You know, you have Bharat and Hindustan as well, that were actually being used at those times. So, but then they tell you that it was used for the inhabitants of the Philippines, the indigenous peoples of Australia and New Zealand, right? So it's just kind of interesting that this descriptive term was being used for all these various different groups of people. So when you know that, then you can observe like, okay, well, these are the Aborigines of the Philippines, right? Then you have the Aboriginals of New Zealand, right? Maori. You have Australian Aborigines. So when you think about it logically, why would they use the same descriptive term for the Americans that they would apply to all these Aboriginal peoples as well? And then when you look at them, you see there's one thing in common, that they all are so-called, so-called Negroes or melanated Aborigines. So it just wouldn't make sense that they would apply the same term that they applied to these people to this individual here. I think it would make more sense if they applied it to this person here, because you can see here, she actually has a very similar phenotype to this Aborigine from the Philippines, So I just thought that was something interesting to show. Oh, here's more, Indians as well, so-called Indians. You got Dravidians from South Asia, as well as the Jarawa people from the Andaman Islands, just south of what you would call India today, or Hindustan. And then, of course, we can always go back to the Oxford English Dictionary definition of nigger. And one of them, obviously, is, you can see here, applies to American Indians as a derogatory term, usually offensive. So, that was just a quick thing I wanted to show, where we got into some more, some more of these depictions and sources, Anything you want to say, A1?
Yeah, I got a question, right?
Yeah.
Why is these images important? Why, if you just did your genealogy and you just observed, or you just understood you as an Indian, like, you wouldn't have no need to go outside of your family, your lineage, to prove that it was Negroes here, right? But that, how would you how does this apply to who we are?
Well, because I think it's definitely important as far as, because first of all, everyone doesn't really have the true understanding, even when you're told by your family about, being an Indian or whatever, because again, we know a lot of people think that, oh, the Indian in our family was the one with fair skin and straight hair. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to know that, but it only is going to really get you but so far, you know. When you start to peel back the layers and go into all this information, you know what I mean, and see these depictions, they're not showing you that, oh, some, you know, a fair-skinned person with high cheekbones is the Indian. They're showing you as in your Negro phenotype is the Indian. You know what
And
I'm
then they
saying?
denying it altogether. Altogether, they saying, well, Indians that look like this are Africans that mix with Mongols, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And so, like, one would have to have the full understanding that it was already Negroes in America to have a complete understanding and be able to, like, put themselves in the total picture, not take themselves out by saying, all right, well, you know, I got some Indian lineage, but I'm African or whatever, but to have a complete understanding that it was already Negroes here. So go ahead, brother.
Right. Right. No, you're exactly right. You know, you're taking it from an admixture standpoint, saying no, the so-called American Negro is the American Indian Aborigine. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what digging up all this information and the images is just one aspect. You know what I'm saying? But you know, when you dig up the archaeology, the craniology, all those different things, all of the memoirs, the artifacts, when you put all that together with your own genealogy, it leads you to believe that, yeah, or not even believe. It's just it emphatically proves, you know, what we're saying, that at the very least they were so-called Negroes here in America. That at the very least, you know what I'm saying? But you know, when you really know, then you know that it's even further than that. But I think at the very least, you would have to concede that the Negro was already, so-called Negro was already here in the Americas. Yeah. So that, I mean, that's pretty much it for me. This is just to add on to it, you know, and being that our people are visual learners, it's good for them to see these images, to know that this stuff does exist. And it's actually very prevalent. It's very prevalent, especially outside of this country. You know, once you go to Europe, that's it. They you know, they got everything over there. No matter where you go, like I said, you could be walking down the street and you're just going to see a statue on the side of a building. You know what I'm saying? That's how prevalent it is outside of this country, and you know, but it's because they listen. The whole world eats off of us not knowing who we are. And just put it that way.
So I got another question for you. I got another question since we're on that point talking about Europe, right? Hey, share the video out, hit the like button, man. And like I said, I'm doing a campaign to try to get my laptop, get a new laptop. But I'm, like I told y'all yesterday, I'm gonna get a laptop one. I'm gonna get it whether I pay for it or not, or whatever. But if you like to donate towards it, then you can more than likely donate to it. The Cash App is at the bottom, right? So now check this out, right? This is a question, right? All right. So why would there be American Indian images in Europe? Can you explain that one to me?
Well, I mean, it could be a few things. We could go with we could go with the narrative that, oh, Columbus came and he took back Indian slaves to Spain. So you know, we could go with that, you know, but then again, okay, well, if you brought them there slaves, why would you be making statues of them? You know, you only make statues out of people that you revere, you know what I mean, that have brought something to the table, you know what I mean? Something that's worthy of you commemorating them with such a you know, with such a you know, at such a high stature, you know. So that kind of wouldn't make any sense. So then you could say, well, maybe it's the fact that, well, because again, we do see that it's a possibility. Well, not even a possibility. More than likely, we went there and set up civilization, brought civilization there, and that would make more sense as to why they would create all these statues commemorating the American Aborigine. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what I was going to say, because like you know, like I said, even yesterday, AP showed a video that I did about American Indians being enslaved, and then I had to double down on it you know, just considering my, you know, my recent finds and just me evolving just with the information to know when these people, and like I said, you don't always know because these people can cover this shit up so good to the point to where it's not like you just not, you gotta have a complete understanding of it. Even just the fact that your family said you was Indians was not strong enough for you to understand you was an Indian. You had
Right.
to go out and seek out other educational and other understandings to who was the American Aborigines in these areas that our people reside at or formerly resided at. So,
Hey,
now go ahead.
no, I was just gonna agree. You know what I mean? Because like I said, it's only so much you're gonna go. It's like, you know, grandma, whoever it was. Like I said, it was my pops who first told me. You know, but see, even though he told me, you know, we were Cherokee, I still thought I was black and Cherokee.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I still thought, you know, because again, and I think I was telling you in the background too, though he told me we were Cherokee, he still had the roots. He had the roots VHS box set, you
The
know, and
enforcement. That's
right.
enforcing. Like that's kind of like cognitive dissonance to where
It,
you still holding on to something that you know ain't the truth.
Exactly, and he used to Saturdays he would play them back to back on the big screen, blasting it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but you know, and he, unfortunately, yeah, you know, at the same time he gave us that, you know, that little edge by letting us know that, but still was indoctrinating us at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, but now, you know, I went, you know, once you find out this additional information, you really just simply think about it and don't allow yourself to swallow stuff hook, line, and sinker. I made him figure out that clearly the transatlantic slave trade could not have ever happened the way he said it, at the very least, because he went and tallied the numbers himself, and he's like, no, they would have had to have this many ships coming, you know, at this coming and going at this time, and like the numbers will never add up because it could never happen because it's impossible. It's literally impossible. So now now you find out this information, you can go back and wake people up from the slumber that they were in. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah. So you know, so I guess should I dive in a little bit?
No, go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
All right. So I mean, let's just start with something a little. You know, this is another depiction of America right here. Now, you know, like I said, once you start to look at enough of these, you can tell what's being depicted. Yo, I need to get this off my screen. So as you can see here, you can look at this figure, and like I said, you'll usually see Africa a lot of times with this like elephant hat on or whatever. So you know that's Africa, right? Then, you know, this figure, you see the camel, and that's usually associated with Asia when it comes to these allegorical depictions. And then you have the horse here, which is usually associated with Europe. Now, of course, we actually know that all of these animals are actually indigenous to America. That's the funny thing, but that's just the way it's used in modern times. So obviously, once you do the process of elimination, you'll know this depiction is of America. And if you want to be real, this just does not look like you know, your prototypical Mongoloid, Eurasian, Caucasian, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? So just to start with something like that. You know what? Hold on one second.
And what part of Europe are they in?
What do you mean?
Them images or like them
Oh,
statues.
so these are I'm sure this thing is like acting up. Hold on one second. And why is this like this? So this is French school, France, circa 1730. And look at the tag for this lot. You know, this is the auction here.
Allegories of the four continents.
Right.
And see the thing, what I see that's in common, right? They couldn't lie about who was here because it was known to everybody who was here. So for them to come up with a history telling you that Africans came here that look like the same people who was already here, that's a problem. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, look, man, put it like this, man. These images are observational. This is just some additional reinforcement that you got when it comes to your history. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you definitely have to consider this when it comes to the history of this. And like I said, these is like a lot of these images, I got and I've been sharing them, but he actually showing you exactly where they came from and what libraries and what museums that they're sitting in. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that's crucial, and that's something that's very, imperative to understanding, the civilizations that we had over here.
Exactly. Because like I said, everyone's always asking for a source. It's one thing to show images, but it's another to show the literature that goes along with them. So then it's like, well, what can they say after that? I'm sure they'll find something, but at that point, there's nothing much you can do. You already done your job. You know what I mean? So, my bad. I'm just trying to, because that other page is acting up. So let me try. All right, so here we go. Here's another one here. So this is another allegorical depiction of America, and sometimes you'll see like with these, when they put out these images, these museums and stuff, they'll either sometimes make them black and white for obvious reasons, but it's not really doing nothing because you can still tell, what this figure actually looks like. You know what I'm saying? So they'll either make them black and white or to make the photos pixelated or blurry so you can't really see. But still, through observation, you can still tell what this figure is and what it actually looks like, and you can see the gator or croc here as well. So that tells you that this is a depiction of America.
So it's hard to get people to agree with that they Indians, right? If even like I said, you could have all your people in your family could be black, unless your history is teaching you that we're the original people here and these mongoloids was never in any of these areas. That's something that has to be part of your family traditions or certain words that's passed down from ancestor to ancestor, right? You have to at least be able to identify with that. If you can't identify with that, okay, all of us saying we Indians, then we still think we got some African in them, because guess what? One of your children or one of your siblings or your nieces or your nephews that went to school and learned these ridiculous stories from somebody like a Jabari, right? From someone just like a Jabari that's teaching this agreed upon scholarship that is in the form of a curriculum that's being taught to people where they never tweak it. Every 5 years they add more to it, more hardship and more stories to where your people was the victims. So it's like, understanding it is very crucial because, like I said, a lot of us, we're not in our original areas. We may have families that are still residing in them areas, but even when it comes to this terminology of you being an Indian, a lot of them stories are still being withheld. So you can continue. Matter of fact, hit the like button, share this video out. And like I said, I'm trying to get me a new laptop. With you or without you, but if you like to donate, the Cash App is at the bottom of the screen. Let's continue.
Yes, sir. So yeah, just to show you, the sources. So this is actually in the Brooklyn Museum. And here it is, selling the allegorical figure of America from the 4 continents, and it's made in porcelain. Maker Bow Porcelain Factory. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Let me see. Is there something else on there? All right, so let's. I don't know why this thing is bugging out, but all right, let's. Okay, so here we go. So there's another allegorical depiction of America, right? I'm sure people have seen this one, but we're just gonna put a source to it. You know what I'm saying? You can see clearly what you would call a Negro phenotype, dark.
And I'm
Uh,
noticing that a lot of these images actually are women. Now I know I got plenty of images of men, but there's a lot of images strictly just dealing with women, and that's something
for
I
sure,
just
for sure.
find interesting.
Yes, I definitely have gathered a few images of women as well. You know, because sometimes it does seem like you more so see males depicted, but yeah, you will definitely find them if you look for females. You know, for sure. And you know, same thing. You know, feathered crown, almost looks like, you know, maybe even a turban along with the feathers. You know what I mean? Um, you got the bow. You know, the arrows strapped to the back. You got the kilt. It actually looks like a feathered kilt there. Um, and some sort of robe, it looks like. And then of course you got kind of a badly or poorly depicted gator or croc. You know what I'm saying? So that
And
lets you know once again that is
and a
yep,
lot of
go ahead.
them images, right? Like when you look at the ladies, right? You'll get an understanding when
Mm-hmm.
you see the Statue of Liberty, right? And a lot of people don't understand the
Yep.
Statue of Liberty is the liberty for Slavics. That's why she's a white lady. She's not the liberty for us. She's the liberty for the
Absolutely.
Slavics, and to welcome the new
And
other
and and
Slavics. That's no, go ahead.
exactly. And that's what I'm saying. That's why you had Ellis Island all up over there, you know what I mean? Where they were
Hmm.
ushering in, you know, the people they were bringing here to undermine us and usurp us, you know, through the Homestead Acts and things of that nature. You know what I mean?
And they took
Which
that
with
area
which
from Aborigines
mhm.
that was residing over there in them parts of Jersey and
Mhm.
New York. They took that shit
Yep.
was already up. Like when you look at Ellis Island, I done been there a couple of times. And I done been to Liberty State Park. And when you go to Liberty State Park and you
Mhm.
go all the way in the back where you can see like the pier and everything, you see buildings, and then you can look over at Ellis Island, and them buildings been there. They didn't just come there; they occupied them buildings from the wars of how they was running out our people. So I just want to add
E-
that to it.
Exactly. For sure. For sure. So let's just check the source. So this is the MFA Boston. This is a museum in Boston, Massachusetts, and you can clearly see it says allegorical figure of America. German is another porcelain creation made by Frankenthal Manufactory and modeled by Johann Wilhelm Lanz. It says about 1765. And then let's look at the description. From a series of the continents as a Moor in feathered headdress and skirt, and white cloak striped in blue and iron red, an alligator at his feet on puce and gilt scroll base. So yeah, there you go again. You know, with the term Moor being used to describe Americans. So as I said, for me, all that's telling me is that undoubtedly these people that
And
they're
that's the
describing.
second one. Yeah, but you know what though? I'm thinking that a lot of these images they was rewriting these probably like in the early 1800s, or I mean, I'm sorry, the late 18 to early 1900s is when I
Mhm.
think they made a lot of these images. I don't think because we know Germany in 1700s was occupied by niggas. So,
Mhm.
like, you know what I'm saying? So they wouldn't be surprised to see these people because they already knew about it because we already see the images on them in the buildings.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
So we
Um,
we we know like a lot of these images and artworks that we're finding is something that they can start writing on, especially when they calling people Moors. See, we think when they call people Moors that they calling them out of ignorance. That's like when Europeans term a person a Moor, that's like calling him a god or a king.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? They're not using that out of ignorance to get say, oh, this is simple more or whatever. Like, nah, they're not using it like that. And they actually using it in more modern times because Europeans wasn't writing nothing past at them times. They will show me a civilization where they was at.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's hard to find. It's hard to find a civilization. But whatever they did, right, they left evidence of what the phenol and the ethnicity and the race of people who was here. You see what I'm saying? They know goddamn well they ain't see nobody in America like that because they were slaves.
Right. For
Unless
sure.
we actually look, unless we actually seen them in their tribal wear, but the whole part, the scheme of it is to make the people here look primitive. But they're showing you exactly who was here, however we look at it. I mean, can we agree on that? Because I show the same pictures. And it took
Yeah.
me a minute for me to start figuring this shit out because you showing me images of people in Virginia in the 1600s, but then I'm looking at Anthony Johnson, and then I'm looking at other images, people walking around with clothes on. And I'm like,
that's see, cross-referencing, right?
yeah,
Exactly.
I'm
That's
like,
a very good
but you
point.
gotta kind of like use your like these people couldn't possibly. They're showing you exactly what they look like, but what they doing is they're devolving them, making them look like they were some type of primitive individuals
Right.
that go along with the narrative, whether they're black or mongoloid.
Right. It seems like it was like a slow transition, like, you know, to the point where then they you know, they became, you know, even though they were depicting them as Negroes, they depicted them as, like, you know, what they would call savages, to the point where they then started depicting them as you know, Mongols and Eurasians. You know, like it was a steady progression to where they kind of faded the image out. Because even some of these allegorical depictions of America, they'll make it a Caucasian woman. You know what I mean? Like, so you'll see how they kind of like progressively kind of wash you out. You know,
Yep.
all the earliest depictions you're gonna see are typically gonna be Negroes. The Mongoloid depictions, like cigar figures, because there are cigar figures of Mongoloids now, but when you look at the dating, they're always newer than the Negro ones, from what I've seen. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. The new ones that they made, them are probably made like in the early 1900s.
1900s, right?
That's when they start writing because remember they encountered these people when they went west. Originally, Europeans ain't never seen no Mongols because they was on plantations in the South, and there ain't no Mongols in the South.
Nope.
They find these people when they freed after the Civil War, and they told that, oh yeah, you can't have no land here, but if you find anything in the west of the Mississippi in a certain direction, then you can have that area right there. And that kind of put them niggas on reservations. Because they could not own land, and they show you a lot of these people, but a lot of these people are like they're how do I want to say, they're agents of white. So when we say white supremacy is white inferiority, to where Europeans was put on these plantations and they could never own no land here because of the great law of peace in which all of the Americas was under. All
Right.
Americas was under. It was already said you cannot sell no foreigner land here.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's really just propaganda if you want to be real about it. You know what I mean? Like it's only real if you believe it and act on it. You know, and that's what it boils down to. Because in reality, no, definitely not supreme over me. Ain't nobody supreme over me. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm not even saying even with white supremacy. I use it a lot, but see, you have to.
It is a thing, though. It is a thing, but
yeah.
it's like it's like a religion where you gotta have faith in it and believe in it for it to exist. You know what I'm saying? So
The
it is a thing.
identification part of it is what has to be. Yeah, you do have some Europeans over here that are trying to practice white supremacy as a result of eugenics,
Right?
and they're trying to carry out. Okay, boom. We know we can't continue to let the black man keep sleeping with our women or whatever. Then we're gonna breed out, and it's gonna be more of them. That's why they created the anti-miscegenation law, because the white women was used to sleeping with niggas.
Yeah, and basically, like you said, inferiority. So it's really just projection. Really, they projected their inferiority onto us, and so, but when you believe it, then guess what? They're taking your superiority and then making you inferior, and now you feel like you are inferior because you believed in that ideology. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So
a fact.
it's literally just projection. That's all it is. You know. So all right. So let's see. We got another. This is from the Allegory of the Continents. So this is a whole like depiction of American, and here we go. We got women here. This is pretty much all women here. See, here we go. Hold up, my bad. This thing is acting why. But yeah, so you see here, you know what's funny? You see how they're all completely clothed here. We were just talking about that, right? They got fire, they danced around the fire. And honestly, this looks like it could be a depiction from like, maybe the 80s or something like that. They're all fully clothed. They're not in kilts. The feather the kilts, the grass skirts, or whatever you want to call it. And she even has on the feather crown still. That looks like a feather crown too, but they're all fully clothed with dresses. So
she got the turban joint on. That's the turban with the feather on it.
Oh, right. Gotcha. So hold on, let me see.
Where you getting these pictures right here from?
Yeah, so this is from the Allegory of the Continents. It's actually like 8 volumes that's compiled on archives.org. I think that it was the North American Aboriginal Society of Canada, I believe they're called.
Okay,
and
yeah.
I think
because they
might
do
have
got them other images with the America like on. They got like it looked like it was painted on like a ceiling or something like that.
Right.
I got that one. And they got the American Aborigine with the red, white, and the blue on.
Right. A lot of those, those are all in churches and monasteries and castles in Germany. You know what I mean?
Now, what would images of America once again be doing in Germany? Now, this is a different location now in Europe. You know what I'm saying? And see, what they telling you is, they telling you once again, the reason you see them images because these people were slaves brought over there. No.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, it doesn't make any sense. And the thing is, again, it's not like there's one isolated depiction. There's hundreds of them. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
like it'd be one thing if we found like one tobacco figure. There's too many of them, and they're selling for a lot of money. Like someone sees value,
and that's what I'm saying.
You know
like,
what I'm saying?
So even if you are doing a debate, right? If you're doing a debate, this is great debate topics. Regardless, you have to have other information, of course, to go along with it. But like just to show, these is what these people are depicting American Indians as. Now you must be Helen Keller if you can't see the shit that's being shown, and you shouldn't. Listen, this can't be the figment of someone's imagination. It just can't be. Like if for you to think that somebody will go through the lengths to paint all these people inaccurate and show you these people, like, come on, man. We talking about different area. He going to a whole another different area of Europe.
And that's exactly it. Who would put that much time and effort into painting something that was totally out in left field? Like, we don't know what the Indians look like, so we're going to paint them as Africans. Like, think how stupid that is. Especially when you know that these people are known for it. And I think I already showed you one of these depictions that was so-called whitewash. So when you know that they're known for stuff like that, and I got a few more of those as well.
I got a bunch of them.
Why would they turn around?
The Timber Cohen, they that one made it white. The Powhatan, they changed even though that they got in the Historical Society of Virginia, the tobacco figure, the one that Jabari was like, this is nigga, is this image right here, and it's all the rest of these other images to go along with. Is this one image? All right, is this one image that happened to be in the Virginia Historical Society? Then we could find hundreds of other pictures of Virginia Indians with the same shit on. So it's like, come on, bro. Are you not like go ahead?
No, I was just gonna say exactly. You know what I mean? And it just like I said, it doesn't make any sense that they would do that, especially when you know that these people are known for whitewashing. Why would they then so-called blackwash the Indians? It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Like, so it just clearly shows that if you would be dumb enough to believe something like that, then you just want to be dumb, deaf, and blind at that point. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, you want to believe a lie and stay comfortable in it. You know, me, I'm all about the raw truth. And that's why as soon as I stumbled upon this information, it clicked and I never looked back. You know what I mean? Because it just, something was leading me there. And once it got me there, it didn't let me leave. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. So here's another part
And
of
with
this
information right here, this information is repetitive when you know your boy come through. You know what I'm saying? Like, we do pay-per-views on occasions of some information or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's always constant building with these bills. It's always constant building. It's always new information that's being presented. And some of it is older information, but just different images. That's what this brother's showing.
Right. Exactly. So let's see. So just showing you, you know, this is where it's this is a hunting lodge actually, and this is in 1762. That's the artist, and you know that's pretty much that. So don't tell me this thing is I went back on me. All right. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me just scroll back down. This thing is acting wild. I don't know why. But yeah, man. So honestly,
hey, go back up real quick. Go back up. Hold on, because you asked.
Well, I don't want to skip ahead, you know, because like I said, we still.
All right. Well, no. Well, go ahead. Take your time though. But some of them images I've never seen.
Well,
So
that's what I'm saying.
You know,
I want to get to that. We're going to get to that. We're going to get through it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I want it to be like a progression, you know, because there's a lot of stuff. There's artifacts. There's all types of stuff here. Unfortunately, I got to go through all this stuff to get back to where I was.
So we see thousands of images, and these people got all these images wrong. And then all these people in all these remote locations of America, now these people just mysteriously disappeared. And then when you do see these images, and you'll see a black person in South America or Central America that look just like you, you will sit there and say, oh, we got different DNA, or he's African.
Yeah, like this here. I mean, look at this. I mean, I know a lot of people probably seen this one.
Nah, I never seen that one before, my dude.
This is allegory. It's from the Allegorical contents as well.
Allegory, right? So, like, once again, we got to look into it like allegory, right? So the images of the people is right and exact, but the so-called state of being and the civilization in which they're saying that these people are inhabited is all allegory. It's all dealing with eugenics. Right. Even these images is dealing with eugenics. It's showing you the people.
Because they're still trying to paint that primitive narrative, and we know that that's what a lot of those ideologies are based around. You know, people left out of Africa and became lighter, and their brains grew larger, and they were more advanced and civilized. You know, that all that nonsense. You know what I mean? And you know they're gonna have to go along with that narrative in everything that they do. You know what I mean?
That's an alligator in the corner. Like, but I've seen images with actual dragons and shit, like, you know, and see, now you got to understand this, right? Where are the alligators at?
In Florida.
And in Louisiana got gators too. Yeah, because they swim from Florida and go through the up the Mississippi, or go through them little water ways right there. Yeah. So where would this be at? Like, and we see a lot of images with the alligator. A lot of images. I've seen a lot of them. Too many.
And also, you can see is probably, I guess this is like a parrot or something here as well. You know what I mean? So those are two typical animals that you will see America depicted with, the gator and the parrot. You know what I mean? So also you will see lions. A lot of these depictions.
Hold on. Let me see something. Hold up. Let me see what the brother talking about. He's saying a white dragon. What you talking about? The outline of the picture? What the picture is outlined in? What white dragon you talking about? I was asking one of the brothers
Oh,
in
in
the
the
chat.
chat.
I see the
Not.
green alligator. Now I don't know if you're saying the dragon, the outline of the picture, but ultimately, like, yeah, I see that green crocodile in a lot of pictures, and they sit. Sometimes they sitting on them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. So this is again Germany, the church. Uh Schwabisch Mann, Saint Francis. And yeah, this is just a description, you know, basically telling you you know what everything is. Um so let's see what else we got here. I don't know why this thing's acting up. So let's see. Okay, so this is another allegory of the continents, another porcelain figure. Um, let's see. So we could just take a little close look. No, let's zoom that in. And this is basically Europe and America.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't know about you, and you see how the images are blurry. Like I told you, a lot of times, you know, they'll do black and white or they'll make them blurry for
Oh, I
obvious
got a
reasons.
picture like that. I got a couple pictures. I just seen that. But that goes to show you, at that point in time in 1700, Europe was not ran by white people. White people were slaves. So
Right.
that right there go to show you that that's something that these images that now that Europeans inhabit them areas like Germany, London, and Britain, and they're the hierarchy over there. This is a view from their minds today. You know what I'm saying? And they
Right.
sit back and make it seem like they all in on it at this point in time.
Exactly. I mean,
You know,
even the image here looks like they're just trying to display some sort of domination. Like
exactly.
she looked like she about to backhand her or something. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it like
And
he said, it looked like, oh, she backhand her and she dipping it. Or
right,
like that's what it looks like. She dipped it.
right. But even still, it still showed because she's over her. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, you know, so yeah. So this is another one in the Brooklyn Museum. You know what I mean? And like I said, it tells you allegorical figures of America and Europe from the four continents circa 1765. That's what they're saying.
Hey, real
Uh,
quick, hey, share this video out, man. Hit that like button, man. We got 61 people in the building. I think that's like an all-time low for the God. Like,
wow.
come on now, where y'all at? Let's get with it. Come on
Yeah, I
now.
never seen that before.
This
That's
is
crazy.
you know what I'm saying? Like, share the video out, man. Like I said, man, my laptop down. I will be getting a laptop whether I get a donation or not. But if you would like to donate, then it will be greatly appreciated. So, you know, but let's get with it though.
Yeah. Let's see. So what do we got here? Well, this has got to go somewhere, man. All right. So again, so we got a couple of little figures here. We got a male and female. It's paired together. Here we go. All right, hold on. Let's see. I don't know why this thing is acting this because it's crazy like that. But yeah, so you can see here. I mean, phenotypically, you can see the hair, the features, the hair, the features. You know, she's got a little. It looked like bowl of fruit, pineapple here. Um, and they have on clothes. You know what I'm saying? So it's not, you know, not just tobacco kilts. And you can see here, John Jules B. Soundson, a couple of Native Americans, and it's up for auction, and that's the price right there. So it's not. It's gonna cost you a little penny if you want to buy those. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it is just the about Native Americans. So let's see. Don't tell me this again. All right, yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, so you know, just some more imagery. Um, let's see if we can get this. I'm gonna try to get through this a little quicker. So that way we could really dive into some stuff. Oh no, that's not it. That's not where I was at. All right, there we go. All right. So yeah, this is another one from the Allegory of the Continents. I'm sure people have seen this one. That's a little close up, and you can see she is depicted, on a rather large gator, and she's got jewelry on. Looks like she's got some sort of either a cape or a or some sort of garment there. And look at this looks like a bunch of decoratives, and of course we got the feathered crown. So this is another dope one. That's a bigger image. So you got some more goodies there on the ground. Looks like this maybe was like some sort of, I don't know, some sort of armor or something. I can't really tell. And this is the location, Wolfegg, Ravensburg, and that's a castle in Germany. And this is just a description here. America rides on a huge snarling crocodile. Only a skirt, which is held directly under her bare chest by a golden chest belt, dresses her.
Hold on.
The end of a narrow, long red. Yes, sir.
Hold on. Let me see that.
What? Something
Oh no, I was reading the top of it. It says in the southern part of the area, America. No. Stay right there where you at. It says America is to the west and Africa is to the east. It says America rides a huge snarling crocodile. The southern parts of America. So we know what they're talking about.
Yep. Oh yes. I see what you're saying. And look here. It tells you as well. Because you see red fluttering around her, red cloth fluttering around her, presses her against the left side of her face. On her black skin, shimmer white pearl necklaces. So I don't know how to make it any more plain than that. You know what I'm saying? So, that's another good one. Let's see what else we got. This is another one from the Allegory of the Continent. So you see right here. He's got a turban with the feathers. And and it's fully clothed, got pearls on, all of that. Nice garments and robes, That's a full depiction here. You got America, Asia, Africa, and Europe. And I mean, typically when you see America and Europe depicted, it seems like they make sure to show the differences in the phenotypes. You can tell they're both melanated people, but clearly there's a distinction in their representation. Typically, Africa will have a certain complexion, where they're kind of a really dark, deep brown, where we're more of like a reddish brown copper color. You know what I'm saying?
That gotta be from their observation today, because that's the only people will be thinking like that is white people and eugenics, and the way how they I'm telling you, you got to think about it. Like we know it, like right. They show you all these white people and showing you like, oh well, the reason we got these images here because they're being conquered. Like the people is being civilized, right? But that's only from the mind of eugenics. That, like I said, a lot of these images, it do depict what we look like, but it also is like it's like some of them are to make us like think that we are inferior to the European. That's why that other image you get showed of the the white little baby punching the Aboriginal baby or whatever. That's like a conquer. Like they trying to say we've been conquered, and that has to be coming from this time right now because we know that them people was the people who was being conquered.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We can't never
That's
let
why
our
I
foot
say.
off. We
No, go
can't
ahead. I'm
never
sorry.
let our foot off their necks when it comes to them being slaves and knowing that these people wasn't in none of these parts of Europe. They wasn't in Germany. They wasn't in Britain. They wasn't in Portugal. They wasn't in Spain. They wasn't in Greece, Italy, Sicily, all of that shit. They wasn't in none of them places. You know what I'm saying?
What
Until now. Well, go ahead.
what about from this aspect? What if they really were depicting these things at this time, but it was more from, because remember, this is allegorical, right? So what if it's just them manifesting? You know what I mean? Like they're kind of manifesting their
Well, who would be
propaganda.
doing that? It wouldn't be a nigga. It wouldn't be another black person manifesting. It would only be white people, and white people was in the fields working. They didn't have
Well,
time to be doing none of this shit.
well, right. I mean, I think that most of them were, but I do think that there were some that may have been, that may have gotten like up in the ranks. You know what I'm saying? Like where they were kind of, because you do see some depictions like from Europe and things like that where you have, them kind of side by side, but you'll see that the so-called Negro is in charge. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, what if there were some that weren't exactly field slaves, but were so-called house Negroes or house,
Yeah, you
house,
could take
you know what I'm saying?
that. That can definitely be. I'm not saying what I'm saying is right. I'm looking at it from the perspective that I know that these people were Slavs. These people were
For sure.
slaves.
For sure.
And we don't know entirely what they actually. The men was put on the field. That's a fact. But the women was used for something totally different. So, you know what I'm saying? When they show you the same way they show you how the black woman be in the house helping out. No, that's how a lot of white women, they was in the house helping out and the white men was on the field.
Right. And they were also,
Or
breeding.
whatever they was doing, because we see other examples of our own people harvesting our own land, and
Right.
women, babies, and men are on the field. So that's kind
Mhm.
of a different scenario. That's not a scenario most people would take that out of context and say, look, these people enslaved, look. And that's far from the truth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So, here's another one I'm sure people have seen, again, just putting the source to it, the Indian Queen, you know what I mean? And here you have, well, the Indian Queen. You got two Aboriginals or Indians accompanying her, holding the parasol over her head, making sure she's shielded, And I mean, honestly, you look at them, you could tell, by the way they're illustrated, what type of people they would be classified as in modern day. And this is just a source from the British Museum. This is depicted by Samuel Fullwood, and it's just basically saying just right here, just saying illustrated with the queen shaded by a parasol held by two attendants entitled the Indian Queen. So he's the one responsible for creating that particular image. So here's another one. This is a nice little cool one. Another allegory to continents. But see here, it tells you that America is accompanied by a cheetah. Now I don't know if that's exactly correct, but they in the description from reading it does say it's a cheetah. So
I think a cheetah is a hybrid of a leopard, or not. Of a jaguar. I think a leopard, a cheetah, are all hybrids of a jaguar.
right. I mean that very well can make sense because see, it's America because you see Africa over here on the left side with the elephant, which is usually used when depicting
And look
Africa.
who's sitting at the top. See, this is what I'm saying. This is the doctrine of discovery.
Exactly.
This is basically to show you that they're trying to civilize or put. You see who was all at the bottom? All of Africa, Asia, Europe, and see they ain't even got India up there at that time.
Well, yeah, I mean Asia is interesting because typically with Asia, they look when they depict them, they're either like mixed looking or
They look
Caucasian.
white. Yeah.
Right.
They look
But
white.
then it's like in a way for me, because I do feel like if they come from anywhere, it would be from Asia, and that's where I think you get the name Caucasian from. So
Caucasian Asian, yes.
right. So it makes sense that they actually could depict Asia as Caucasian, because I believe that's where they come from. But either way you put it, we just know that it's still propaganda, because they're still giving you the idea that they actually are from Europe, and that really cannot be so at this point. You know what I mean?
And they probably could have been taken to Europe and Asia. Like, you know what I'm saying? They could have been taken from two sides. They could have been taken from
right.
the Pacific coast over to Asia, and they could have been taken from the Atlantic coast over to Europe, like up the Atlantic coast through Arcadia or Canada and over through the Pillars of Hercules into Europe.
Well, we could get we could get into that, because I do have a lot of images of like East Indian and Dravidian albinos, and honestly, a lot of them look indistinguishable phenotypically from modern day Caucasians. They just look a little more sickly. You know what I mean? But I could always get into that as well. At some point.
They look pale. I know what you're talking about.
Right. So here's another quick one. And this is actually a pretty nice depiction. Again, you got the turban with the feathers. It actually looks like there's a crown at the top too.
Yeah.
You got all types of robes and garments here. Got some earrings. It looks like a portrayal of royalty to me. So that one's pretty dope. That's a little something from the Amsterdam Pipe Museum. Yeah, this is another one, from the Allegory of the Continents. To just show a little close up there. Let's try to get into. There's another one here just to show real quick. Allegory of the Continents. Let's try to.
Yeah, see, I ain't seen none of these pictures before. All these pictures new right here.
Right. Well, I'll send you the link so you could pull them up, because like I said, there's 8 volumes, and then I got another site that has even more of them. So yeah, I can send you all that for sure. This is one from the British Museum. It's kind of lightweight, but it's really more so for the depiction itself, because you can see it's written at the top, the black boy and still. So when you read the description, it says a decorative design from tobacco paper of Margarims, West Virginia, at Church Street in Hackney, London. And let's see. And it says the upper with the shop sign of the black boy and still, a Native American standing to the right. So again, you have that thing where they're using, well, Native American they use here, but Indian, Native American, at the same time they're using the term black or black boy. You know what I'm saying? So it does seem that they like to use those terms interchangeably, and I wonder why. You know what I mean? So this is just another one. Virginian is titled, and I mean, again, to me, those look consistent with all the depictions we're seeing. Feather crown, tobacco kilt or feather kilt. Barrel of tobacco you can see here, and smoking pipes.
Look, you got to take this in consideration. All you got to do is really track the areas where tobacco grow. We know tobacco don't grow in the fucking plains. So we know tobacco was growing in Virginia. Well, show me Indians, show me Mongoloids in Virginia.
Exactly.
And if they classify the Mongoloids as colored, then some of us will look like them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now that's kind of a far reach, but it's kind of like it's also observation. Like if they classify Indians, and if the Indians in Virginia was Mongoloid, then therefore they would have been classified as colored along with us, right? along with Africans, right? So therefore,
Right.
some of them people would have definitely mixed in with it. And you got to take into account it would be more of them over here than it would be of us. You think the Indian population in America didn't outnumber 262,000 people, where that's their original lineage? You understand what I'm saying? Think about it. It would have had to
But
be more of them over here than it would have been us.
absolutely, and
And we
that's the
talking
thing
about
about it. And
from
go ahead.
1619 to 1865. You look at the population of Negroes and Indians, and then you got to kind of say, well, damn, wait a minute. They telling us they put Indians enslaved. They enslave Indians. You don't see them amongst the black people, right? Then they enslave white people. You don't see them amongst the black people, right? And then you see, like I said, Indians the first time. So where's these people at? It's just too much. It's too much missing evidence for them to be doing all this shit at one time.
As far as I'm concerned, they got imported. That's I mean, because honestly, they were different waves. Like all of these Mongoloid people, let's just look at the Mongoloid people. They're not all the same, because I believe they came here from different places and at different times.
That's what they saying, but I don't even believe that. I don't. The reason why I'm saying that, I'm emphatically putting emphasis on that, because okay, if they came from Siberia, right, that means that they never actually came across. We look, think of it like this, right? Until now, you start seeing the Hispanic and Mexican people, right? And a lot of them look just like the Mongoloids that's depicted as these Indians, right? You start seeing them come now. But they wasn't here before. Right. They was only in California. You only seen a large number of them in California. You never seen a large number of them living amongst us. Never.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You never seen a large number. But go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, because I mean, it would appear that when they coming here, they did come from the Pacific, because you do see they're more so on the West Coast side, whether it be up here or Central America or South America, and when you look at things like, okay, you have the Reminiscences Telleriano, you have those the Aztec Codex. We have the depiction of Quetzalcoatl that we all know, where he's he's grabbed up the the Mongoloid looking figure. You also have the Mendoza codexes where you see the same thing, and you also have the Temple of the Warrior, the Mayas, where they're arresting what looks to be Mongoloid phenotype people. So it's like, that it was, you can see that it was documented them actually coming here. But and then you have literature showing you that from Chinos to Indians, stuff like that. So that's why I'm saying it seems that maybe they did come here at different times, different waves, in different ways, because
then you got to take this into account. Let me throw a curveball at you. So now you got to take this into account, right? The original people of Asia is the South Pacific Islanders. Them the original Asians. Right. So now you got to ask yourself, well, where did these Asians come from? They didn't just pop up on a planet. I believe when you just
my bad.
What I was going to say was right. I believe a lot of them were created here, and they was taken from here to other places. Because even when you look at the Mendoza codexes, right? They got that little pamper type shit on, like, come on, I know ain't nobody going to travel, no civilized people going to travel to a technical civilization and come prepared and dressed like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, these people look like they just got out of a lab and they just wrapped them with something. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
Like a pamper. Like a pamper. Because you see all of these, you see East Indians in America. Oh, they came from somewhere. You see Asians in America. Oh, they came from somewhere. You see white people in America. Oh, they came from somewhere. But then we looking at the original places where they claim they came from, and they wasn't even original. They wasn't original there neither. It wasn't original there neither. The same thing with the Asians. The Asian, when you go back and look at China,
Chinese people or Asian people are dark. They don't look like them people now. They don't even
Right.
have that type of hair. Like the hair, like how Asian people probably got the straightest out of all people here. Their hair is way straighter than Indians and Europeans.
Right. Right.
They got their shit look like spikes and shit. Like it just coming out like, you know what I'm saying? But then you see Europeans, right? You see some Europeans with like they have straight hair, but their hair will be kind of like, it will be kind of wavy.
Right.
Like it
Right.
won't just be straight like how we see.
And some of them they even wear fros. I seen a Caucasian dude with an actual afro not too long
Because
ago.
they put a perm in their hair. A perm in their hair is reversed.
Right.
So their hair will be like our hair would be.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the Jews used to, the ones that was part of the radio industry or music industry, they used to put perms in their hair so they could have afro so they could fit in with us.
Right. Right. Exactly. I mean, as far as as far as that goes, I think I think you can only create, now again, because there are people like me, like myself, I'm lighter skinned, but I have two brothers that are dark, you know what I mean? But we have the same parents. So I do believe that obviously you can naturally be lighter in tone as a so-called Negro or melanated person, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, too, we do know that you can also create lighter skinned people from mixing with people who lack in what I guess you could call Q melanin or carbon or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? So that's really how I believe that these replacements, could have come to be, was just do add mixing with pale skinned people, you know what I mean? And creating lighter versions, just like the concept of like blanqueamiento that they use in South America. And, they have a Vanza La Raza and Mejor La Raza and stuff like that. Where they say to better the race or advance the race by only mixing with fair skin or pale skin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's a result of blanqueamiento, which is whitening or bleaching down, the original people.
And like
you
I
can
told
see that
you,
exhibited all throughout the Pacific Islands as well.
Yeah. So what they would do is, like I said, when Europeans, you got to understand the psychological mentality of the Slavic, right? The Slavics was placed on plantations. They was put there entirely because they could never own land, so they were always going to be a servant. They was going to be a servant indefinitely. Now, in some cases, you see the father emancipate some of these Slavic mulattoes that they have, and they emancipate them or manumission them, and then therefore they become like part of the family.
Right.
But initially, if they don't manumission them, then they stay on a plantation and work for the rest of their life. So therefore, when you start seeing that, these secret societies start getting in their head and start telling them, well, you know what, if you guys convert to Catholicism, we can free you, or we can help free you, or whatever. And like I said, and it started from the interior, because we got these people live around it. These people work for us. They live on our plantation, so they know everything.
Exactly.
So a lot of them was working with the KKK and the Knights of Gold Circle. A lot of these militia groups of Rome, right? And they freed them. And that's what. And when they freed them, a lot of them didn't have nowhere to go. That's why you see all these camps and shit for these Slavics. Why don't you see none of that shit for niggas? Why don't you see black people? Black people got freed in 1865. Why don't you see them in any camp? You see them going straight to houses. You don't never hear nothing about that type of shit. You only hear that coming from white people. Why?
I'm sorry, go ahead. My bad. No, I was gonna say
that I got long-winded, but go ahead.
No, it's all good. It's all good. That's why I look at it like we did not come from slavery. We were integrated into slavery, which is where we're at right now. You know what I mean? Because when you look up the term slave, you look at the term employee, a synonym for employee is slave, and the synonym for employer is slave driver. You know what I'm saying? So because we have now been put in a system where we're under the jurisdiction of the United States corporation, and we now have to work for their fiat currency, which actually has no value, which is why it's called fiat. You know what I mean? And they have now taken possession of all our resources. You know, it's like we have been subjected to servitude and have been made to work for our own belongings. Like, you know, we're working to not only we got to pay to spend money, because that's what you call sales tax, and before that you get taxed, you know, just to get paid, period. You know what I'm saying? Which is income tax. You know what I'm saying? So in reality, to me, like, it's like you're a slave now because you depend on that fiat currency now for you to have anything. You can't eat, you can't have any of the bare essentials of life unless you work, you know. So that means you're giving your time and energy to the beach, to the system. And then on top of that, they control how you spend your money and they take a cut of it. And you can't have anything unless you work for it. So that to me is a system of bondage. If you know, because you have no socio-political power at this point. Like, you're not in control of your own destiny. You don't govern your own people. You're being governed over, you know? So to me, and all you got to do is go back and look, say the 1920s, you see how many farmers we had, and then look at the amount of farmers we have now. I believe, who is it? I think it was Hawk School put up like this a map or whatever, and it showed like, okay, in like 1924 we had like almost 1 million farmers here in America, and then as of like maybe 2017 now we have 35,000. You know what I'm saying? So that means that you were being taken off your land. You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
they was using with that, like, you know what I'm saying, we already know there is numerous different plays that they was running. But then when you get Monsantos will come right next to your land and blow seeds on your land. And then their seeds are copyrighted, or copyright, I believe, right? So when they find their seeds on your land without them selling or giving you permission, then therefore they go and put a lawsuit out and take your land.
wow.
And the Monsanto's ran by the government, so it's like, damn, these niggas is
that's the whole other level of grimy, yeah. But I was gonna say, but that just shows you again how like how badly they want this land, you know. And I mean, for you to want to go back to another land, like, it's just because you just simply don't know, you don't value yourself or the land that you stand on, because you know they've done a doozy on us to make us actually hate our own land. You know, those who don't know the truth. You know what I mean?
And that's
they turned you, yeah, they turned you across the sea.
That don't know the truth,
right? But that's why we gotta continue to do this work. You know what I mean? And you know, and people are waking up every day. That's the good thing about it. You know what I'm saying? So let me see. So here's another. Now this depiction here, I'm a little bit skeptical about, because it is described as an Indian princess, but I'm wondering if this is a Hindustani, because I don't know. Something just makes me feel like it might be, but supposedly this is a cigar store figure. You know, it says Indian princess, but see, it says Orient. So yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical about it.
That's the remix single. But, that's the remix single right there. See, I told you a lot of the stuff that they doing. Even the Negroes, they had to be writing this of recent time, because white people weren't running in them places. Even though it looks old or whatever, it looks old in 2023. If it was, you know how fast things diminish over 60, 70 years. So, like, we talking about something was probably written in the 1900s. That's over 100 years ago. So, you know what I'm saying? But if it was created in the 1700s, then you really got to look at it kind of funny. You know, but you know, as long as we can see the depictions and we can cross-reference them,
That's the most important part.
Right.
That fuck all that what they wearing. We could, you know what I'm saying? Because like, even when you show people that shit, they think that the Indians here was primitive. They be like, oh well, y'all was walking in 1700. White man came here with clothes. No, the white man lying. All the cotton come from the Americas. So like, you know,
Exactly.
what
Exactly.
you want? Where you
And just
usually
that
make?
little.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it only takes that little bit of logical thinking, you know, like it doesn't make sense that they could have brought clothes here, like you said, if cotton is here and was being manufactured by people here. It doesn't that just, you know, it only takes that much of critical thinking to debunk the nonsense. But go ahead, my bad.
No, that's exactly that's what it is. I mean, like you have to know a lot of history, or you have to know the most crucial part of the history to understand it, because there's so many different curveballs and different plays that's being ran on us, to where like by the time these people done with us, man, we this is the result. The result is a Pan African that stays up 8-9 hours just to troll your channel. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's
Right,
the
right,
result. That's the result of this whole, you know what I'm saying, chaotic, fucking hysterical fucking community we live in. Or we're a part of,
right.
or we tune in periodically, you know what I'm saying, from time to time. But you
And
got
then
no, go ahead. You good, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say that could also though be a testament to how powerful the information you're putting out is. If it can make people spend that much time, cheerleading from the chat with pom poms, you know what I mean? Like, if they're willing to stick around for that long and stalk you basically every day, I mean, like you got to really be doing something to get that sort of attention from them. You know what I'm saying? So that should be reassuring. In other words, of the work you're doing. You know.
Mm-hmm. They're
So
definitely stalkers.
yeah.
Definitely
So
stalking. That's a fact. That's a fact. But go ahead.
yeah,
You good?
I mean, yeah. So here we're gonna get into something interesting because I discovered that you could actually do a virtual walkthrough of the British Museum, right, on Google. So I decided to walk through the North American and the Mexican exhibits there, and this is pretty interesting. It's the first thing that I found in the North American in the North American exhibit. So, I mean, tell me what you think of this. So this is basically a sphinx. You know what I mean? And this is not in the Egypt exhibit. This is in the North American exhibit, right? So of course, when I seen that, I was like, wow, that's interesting. you know, um, yeah. So there's just a few different angles. You can see the hair. It's hard to see it from here because all of this, but it actually looks like it's in locks in the back. But yeah, and so here's the thing. So I actually kind of chopped it up with the brother UB News over this piece here. I sent it to him, and I pulled up the description in the British Museum because this is obviously where it's at. And he found a whole nother write-up on it. So the way that they from the write-up he pulled up, the way they try to explain this away, right? So supposedly, I think most of the whole North American exhibit was they're saying these artifacts come from the Hamza people, in which I believe they're located in modern day British Columbia, like on the far west coast of Canada, right? And so this is supposedly a Hamza artifact. And what they're claiming is that some missionaries went there, right? And because the Hamza were very known for their art and their carvings, they're saying that the missionaries showed one of the artists, I forget the name, a pictorial Bible. And in this pictorial Bible, they had a picture of a sphinx. And he basically created this from that. course, they also tell you that they never found the actual Bible that was used to create the Sphinx, but that's the story, and they're sticking to it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if that really makes any sense, because first of all, I like the Bible doesn't even talk about pyramids, right? That, like, there's no mention of pyramids in Egypt in the Bible. I'm pretty sure that's a fact, and I would doubt if they would mention anything about a Sphinx either. Now, maybe had a modern day spin on it. You know, I don't know, but it just seems a little weird to me for them to explain it that way. I don't know what you think about that, A1, but whatever way you put it.
They always doubling down on something that they said original. Originally, they always say something that's different, and then they double down on it later on, because, like we said, these people got a narrative in history, and they hide all of any of these great civilizations that they find over here. They always hide it. That's the whole purpose and the whole reason why you see on some of these images, like, you know what I'm saying, they make us look primitive, because they don't want to tell you the exact history that was going on and the exact technology and civilization that they actually stole and gave to everybody on the planet.
Right. Exactly. And the other thing about it too is that whoever requested for the artist to make this piece, why would you leave this piece behind? Like they found this piece like hidden somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like because if you were, you know, paying to have this piece created, something like this, I don't think you would really leave it behind. I don't know. I'm just saying, you know. So
bro, that's that. See, the thing about all of this is, don't get caught up with their narratives. Their narratives will have us. We'll be trying to figure this shit out. I'm just saying, we'll be trying to figure this shit out for the rest of our lives, because none of it makes sense. Right. Just like they found everything, if they wasn't originally there, then they had to actually find it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not getting caught up, because I know it's BS.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that there's somebody out here, somebody that just heard that part of what you said, and they'll take that. And I'm not saying they'll take it trying to figure it out, and they never figure it out. And then another European will come up with an explanation. Oh, okay, that makes sense. No, it don't. That still ain't make sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? That still ain't make sense. Like,
I'm just getting people to use, you know, along with the observation, to use common sense to decipher, you know, the information that's being given to you. Like I said, just because there's a source for this doesn't mean that it has to be correct, or that you have to take everything verbatim as well. Exactly. You know what I mean? So,
and like I just said, you gotta take into consideration that they always saying they finding this shit. So they was never the original people. They didn't create it. They wasn't the original people of the society that existed.
Exactly.
So therefore, anything coming out their mouth, we can't believe, because they ain't part of the culture or part of the people. They can sit there for years trying to figure out what a petroglyph mean, and they could be entirely wrong.
Exactly. And honestly, when you think about it, you know, archaeology and things of that nature are really kind of scams in a way. Like, you know, it's like they're going and digging up people's sacred stuff, and they're just making money off of it. They're capitalizing off of it. They make whole museums out of other people's artifacts. And where's that money going to? You know what I'm saying?
And that's why a lot of the stuff that you see over in Europe came from America. And even the stuff that you see over there in the Middle East came from America. But the whole thing is, they don't have no explanation why you finding this in America when you said that the people here was primitive. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because now you got to double back and say that these people had a civilization. We've been lying to y'all, and this is what we stole and accessed, the civilization that we now got people controlled under. Stole a civilization, made a bunch of corporations and businesses, which all of these corporations all go back to one. Was it 13 families? It all go back to one family, right? All these corporations, they got all the people working for the corporations, producing stuff that was already being produced here by us. And they cornered the market, and they bring more and more slaves here to do their bidding. More and more people who is captivated
bioptically by the things that they see. You know, most of it is us. The people, that's how they see us. Most people come here to be like us. And then you got the other people that go on to wear the Dockers and the motherfucking flannel shirts to work. You got us and you got them. Not saying some people don't wear the flannel shirts with the Dockers and shit and the khakis or whatever, but you know, most of us, we maintain exactly, you know, who we are on whatever work environment we are in.
Yep. Hello?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it sounded like you dropped out for a second.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, so that's that to me, that's pretty heavyweight right there. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what else we got here from the North American exhibit. So yeah, look at this. I think this is pretty interesting because I mean, now this is probably like a ceremonial mask created by the same people, the Hamza, according to that, you know, the narrative. But you know, does this look like Native American art to you? I mean, to me, I see the face of a Negro here, a so-called Negro. I don't know about you, but just from observation,
I mean, if we had to sit here and we had to do the process of elimination of all different ethnicity groups, then what else? No other human, what other human on the planet that come close to even looking like that?
That's what I'm saying, and not to mention it almost even looks like something where they could have even gotten them blackface depictions from, you know, stuff like that.
And you know what? That's something. Yes, that's increasing because I was just thinking the same thing by the lips, and it kind of looked like it when you see it. It always got like, you know, always got that color brown with the red in it. You know, so yeah,
exactly.
That's something definitely to look at.
Yep. So that's another dope one. This one was pretty cool too. It kind of reminds me of like Matthew Henson, you know, with the it looks like you got some sort of like hooded around, like he's maybe in a cold climate. Then, you know, you got the like straight hair, kind of like something like that. You know what I mean? You got the mustache. It kind of reminds me of like either Matthew Henson or like even like Al Sharpton or something. You know what I mean? So, but I thought this one was pretty dope too. You know what I'm saying? So that's another one. Same people, the Hamza people that they you know, they say. This one you can't really see too well, but you know, to me, it definitely doesn't look like a prototypical Native American. It even looks like it has locks, you know, as hair on it. Here's another little side view. So yeah, so you know, so let's see what else. Yeah, now this one was interesting too. It you know, it even like a little bit looks like me, to be honest with you, but yeah, you know, it still doesn't really typically look like your prototypical Native American, you know, but I thought that one was interesting as well. So yeah, there's you know, just a few more from New Mexico. I'm sure people have seen this one. That is what you would call Negro features, you know. This one's pretty cool. Looks like he has a line up there, you know what I mean? with a little fade or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So that one's pretty dope as well. Let's see. That one was there's a little, you know, another one here. See, it looks like you got, you know, Negro features. Another one here. So, you know, that's pretty much what I pulled out of there, you know. But yeah, if you want to do that, you could go check it out as well. You could do a walkthrough through Google of the British Museum and, you know, see if you can find anything else, you know what I mean? It's a little hard to navigate. It is a little annoying, but it's pretty cool if you can't actually go there. You know, it gives you your own experience in a way, you know what I mean? So yeah, this was another one. This looks pretty interesting here. Because you can see, I'm guessing this is hair here, so that's like a different style in the face, you know. Again, doesn't particularly look like your prototypical Native American, obviously, you know. So these are just a few different depictions. Yeah, and is the source bronze allegory of the Americas, signed G. Varani, going for about 1,500, and that's on First Dibs. They got a lot of stuff on there to be auctioned off. Oh, place of origin, Peru, 20th century. So you see that there. Yep. So that's another interesting one now. It's another one from the allegory of the continents, you know. Clearly what you would call a Negro. No question or doubt about it. And the same consistency. Feather crown, you know, jewelry, pearls, whatever it is, earrings, and prestigious garments, you know. So let's see what else we got. That's another one. This one is good. It's another one from the allegory of the continents. And again, it's just, you know, same consistency. Oh, and you see the figure in here and back. Clearly, you can see the phenotype of that individual as well. Pearls, bow and arrow, fine garments, feather crown, and you got the nice earrings as well. So,
and then you got the red, the white, and the blue.
Right.
Symbolism.
You see that as well a lot with these depictions, the red, white, and blue. So, you know, let's see what we got here. It's another one, and again, you can see the turban with the three feathers, and this individual is very much draped up and dripped out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, and of course, you can see the brown copper skin and so-called, and you can say Negro phenotype, but there's various phenotypes, honestly, within our people. You know what I'm saying? But you know that would be classified under the Negro umbrella. So, this was just on the inventions tip. This was just from, you know, one day Google, I just happened to notice, was honoring Jerry Lawson, who is the creator of the first video game cartridge and also the first console to play video game cartridges.
What was that, Atari?
No, his I think his console was called the Fairchild, if you want to look that up. I believe it's called Fairchild or something to that extent.
Whatever it was, they took it and just changed the name of it and kept it the same.
Right, exactly. And that's why I thought it was interesting that they were honoring him, because, you know, you never really hear about. I knew about Jerry Lawson, but a lot of people didn't know about him. So
he the one made the Super Soaker too, right?
No, that's Lonnie Johnson. Lonnie Johnson made the Super Soaker. Yeah. Right. I always get their names mixed up too. I'm not even gonna lie. But
no, they kind of favor each other.
Yeah,
they kind of favor each other. That's why I always But I know definitely, because he got that goatee and shit. But that's interesting.
Yeah. So he created the video game cartridge. So you're welcome, Nintendo, and whoever else.
Still going.
Yeah.
They'll never tell you, oh, he did it for a white man. Nah, nigga, he did. Just like he invented that, no white person had any influence on him inventing it or whatever, but they just happened to be the ones that was able to market and make the most money from it.
Exactly. And not even just them, they sold it off to, you know, Japan and stuff like that.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that's how you got Nintendo.
Get their money.
Yeah. And then eventually, you know, it went to CDs when they, you know, the PlayStation, Sega Saturn.
The whole prototype was made from him.
Yep. Exactly.
The whole prototype. And they just had time to just study it and update the software or update the pixels to make the images look more actual, like human life or real life, right? And like you said, they sold it to every country. They sold it to one country, and then the one country manufactures it and sell it to the other country, and still continue to break the United States off. Imagine how much money from just like, imagine the money the United States is getting from every country just from the prototype of the car that they sold. They sold people the idea of the car. They probably still paying them today. They probably still paying them. Each of these, they could be separate car dealerships or whatever, but they break off a piece of that to the United States. But we already know where that money go.
Exactly, because they obviously got the patent, and yeah, if you solve that patent, or
their feet
people will
would
have
be
to pay to
harder.
use that patent,
Their feet would be harder than the ground from them walking if they didn't invent the car. And in some places, you know what I'm saying? Like, even like Africa, look at Africa. Africa is like, other outside of the major countries or the countries that are able to travel and learn and get some type of education to where they can go back or get a good job. But you look around, you see the same thing.
Right.
All these inventions came from us.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And like you said, if anything, they only I don't want to say improved on them, but just kind of, it's just been a forward progression with it, I guess you can say. But obviously it's easier to do that than actually invent something from scratch. You know what I'm saying? And it just seems like a lot of times people are just sitting around waiting for us to invent something so they can take it, market it themselves, and capitalize off of it. You know what I mean? And especially now with the internet, like, forget it. You put anything out there, it's getting jacked. Period. So, so
or they how you work with them long enough to how they figure the shit out and then off.
Because you taught them too much. You know what I mean? You taught them too much, and then they took your blueprints and ran away with it. And because now they control the media, they can put out the imagery as if they are the ones who originated it. You know what I'm saying? So that's an unfortunate thing, but it is what it is. So, yeah, there's a few. Yeah, this one is pretty dope. I know people probably seen this one. These are Aztecs here. And you can see they kind of dress as warriors, it appears. They got the little shields here. They got it looks like a bow and arrow here, a spear. They got the feathered headdresses, and let's see, this is from the book Mexico, A Través de los Siglos, and that is by D. Vicente Riva Palacio. So that's the source for that. And I think it also shows who actually created the depiction, but oh, right. Let's see. Obregon. I don't see his first name here, but that's the person I believe who created the actual depiction. So, so let's see what else we got. Yeah, this one I'm pretty sure people are seeing. But this is another allegorical depiction of America, and that's no mistaking what that person looks like. So, and that's where it's located, in Germany, of course, again, in another church. So them church folk know. Them church folk in Germany know exactly what's going on, So let's see. This is another one. So again, same consistency. And this one I'm pretty sure this one actually has a description. Let's see, where is it at? Okay, yes. So let's see what it says. Asian America honor the Eucharistic Son as the representative of the East, recognizable by his crescent crown turban and ermine trim coat. Holds up a censer and his companion, a naked black Indian, with feather crown and feather skirt. And it says, with heavenly eyes, raised his hands to a praying gesture. A blue flowing cloth fastened to his left shoulder with a chest strap partially obscures the nakedness of his legs. And that pretty much describes this exact figure you're seeing right here. So the description calls him a naked black Indian, black quote unquote. So yeah, this is just the cover art for his book. I'm sure a lot of people know, Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx. And this is a depiction of Queen Mu. And clearly there's no mistaking how what she's depicted as, And yeah.
Wait. Stay right there. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So the Queen of Mu. Hold up. Now go back to the picture.
Yep. Oh, you want? Oh, my bad. There you go.
Now look how she looked. She looked like a Mayan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can even see the Mayan characters here.
With the locks and everything. Now look. That's the Queen of Mu. She got a gown on. Look how she's dressed. And look, she got like the serpent coming out the pineal area. It's not exactly in the pineal area, but it's coming out the pineal area.
Yeah.
No, that's dope right there. I just wanted to go back over. That's dope though.
For sure. And let's just read the a little bit of the description. Let's see. The ancient classical Mayan story of Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, written by Augustus Le Plongeon. That's how you pronounce it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Was first published in 1896 with a special request to the librarian in the Library of Congress that all rights of translation and reproduction be reserved. And then it just says, the body of works in this book holds pertinent and groundbreaking information regarding the connection amongst three continents, Africa, South, and Central America, and the lost or sunk continent, which is often referred to as Atlantis by Old World historians and anthropologists. So, I mean, that I know that's definitely your field, A1. I know you touched on that a lot. You know what I mean? So, that's interesting right there.
Lepandian and his wife actually stayed in one of the pyramids in South America. And then he was doing archaeology of the area. And his book is real interesting. He tells you the depiction of people here, brown skin, black people. You know what I'm saying? So, like, even when you see, what most of these people do is you'll show something like that, and they'll look for as much slander on the author to where people won't even believe the sources.
Yeah.
And won't even go in the book to see where the author got the sources from, and are these sources actually credible?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's like it basically just looking for slander, basically to discredit them. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't go along with your narrative that you believe. And that's really disingenuous, to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, there's just too much here. If a person actually has the sources, and they're presenting them to you, you got to at least have an open mind and be willing to check and see if it checks out for yourself. Like, don't just dismiss it off because it doesn't match with what you want to agree with or what you want to be reality. You know what I'm saying? And you see it's here. It says this story bridges the connection between the cosmologies of the ancient Mayan peoples, who inhabited the area now known to us as Central and South America, with Atlantis and ancient Africa. To be specific, the northern African country called Kemet, or the land of the Great Pyramids known to us today as Egypt. So basically, they're basically telling you that maybe the Mayan people did have something to do with the building of what we know as Egypt over there in the Eastern Hemisphere.
They already know that. That's why they making not just that, but also all of the structures from the start of the Pillars of Hercules to all the way to the far east of Egypt, because throughout all of them areas in Europe, the European archaeology, no, I'm sorry, that architecture is revered. People go to Europe just to take pictures of what they see over there, the buildings and everything. But guess who the people who are responsible for them? Us.
Right.
We
Now they done got it so off that they making you think that it's pale Arabs that is responsible for that architecture over there. You know what I mean? That's how far off things have gone. You know, that you wouldn't even fathom something like that. You know, that America had anything to do with Egypt over there. Meanwhile, though, all you have to do is see that, you know, America is much more vast in pyramidal structures than so-called Egypt, and that would have to make you wonder. Well, I mean, yeah, it does seem like Egypt would be kind of an offshoot of the original concept, which is, you know, what you would see over here. You know, so this is this is another I know I mentioned this one earlier, but yeah, this is another image we all know, of course. This is from the Codex Reminiscens Telleriano, or Telleriano Reminiscens rather. And I thought this writer was a little interesting here, because it's basically describing what we're looking at. And let's see. It says Quetzalcoatl was represented in the Telleriano Reminiscens as a standing man oriented to the left. With one hand, he lifts a small person by the hair that he presents before Tepeyolatl, is how I would pronounce that, the patron god of this 13th, whose image can be found on the previous page. Seller identifies this character as a sinner. So this guy right here, they're saying is a sinner. So why would he be considered a sinner? You know, and with the other hand, Quetzalcoatl holds an item identified as Cuiatl, something like that, or excrement, which symbolize sin. So they're saying this is basically feces that he's holding here in his hand. You know, I just thought that was interesting. And they also, so this symbolizes his sin, and this is the sinner. So I wonder what sin this person committed. You know what I'm saying?
look at his face. Look at Quetzalcoatl's face. It looks similar to that mask we just seen.
Absolutely, with the lips and everything, and obviously the color. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So it just is. It's almost like it's kind of telling you what you know what was going on here. You know.
But look, but you see, look, you think a motherfucker traveled from a whole nother continent with some shit wrapped around his nuts? I mean, I don't know, man.
I mean,
or did he look like he just got pulled out the laboratory, or was he like, you know, or did he break the rules? They say,
well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm hinting at. If that's the way they're describing it, then maybe these people were committing atrocities. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and so they had to get checked, and that's basically what this depiction is representing. You know.
But he definitely looked like a slave. I mean, he definitely looked like he's a worker, or he's somebody that was, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say he ain't the people of civilization, but like I said, you know, according to what they telling us, that all these different ethnicities, Asians, Indians, Europeans, and Africans, and then even among America, there's still more Asian people who are the people of the world, right? And like I said, and you see all of these people in America, all of them, and they all seem to be in a bad predicament. Look at him. He invaded here, and look what happened.
That exactly. Because obviously, if we want to match up, according to observation, we want to match up phenotypes. This would portray the so-called Mongoloid Native Americans that they show you down in those regions like Central and South America as the original people, but it doesn't really look like. First of all, there's a clear distinguishment not only in phenotype but in size, which is pretty much what you can see in modern day when it comes to a so-called black person and a so-called Mexican. They're usually, pretty short in stature. You know what I mean, and don't have the the physical the physiognomy of us. So yeah. So it's just you could clearly tell from observation what's going on here. So that's oh, okay. This is another one. I know a lot of people have seen. So let's see. Now, the source I got was from a book. I believe it's on archives.org. Let's see. It's titled Mexican and Central American Antiquities, Calendar Systems and History. Right. And let's see what it says. This is basically, the pages from the book that describe what you're seeing. But let me just read the one particular part. It says the black painting of figures F and D, which would be this guy here and this guy here. Now they say may possibly have some connection with the 13 days fast, which is observed at the end of the year, during which it was the custom of the Mayas to paint their bodies with lamp black. And it says, or the persons represented may be the priests of black gods. So I guess you could take that however you want to figure that out, But to me, this doesn't just look like someone who was painted black. Like phenotypically, this looks like a so-called Negro. You know what I mean? Like I've never seen a Mongoloid Native American with this phenotype. So there's a difference between painting yourself black, which I know they like to use that, and actually having a certain phenotype. This phenotype would not be associated with a Mongoloid Native American. So, I can't really buy into all the black paint stuff. Like it's like ridiculous. So here we go.
Man, that black paint is a decoy to tell you that these people are not. Remember, we're not supposed to be here, man. The same thing with the, when the whole thing when Ivan Van Sertima found them heads over there. It was some people who said they was Negroes, and the other ones doubled down and said they try to make the most ridiculous story to prove or to show or for the person to understand how did these people get here. And the same thing with the depiction of what you get showed.
And that's what I'm saying. There's always some sort of way to explain it away, but you can't paint yourself into a Negro. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference. Like I said, you could put black paint on you, but you can't paint yourself into a Negro. That's all I'm saying, or so-called Negro. So here we got, again, another one I'm sure people have seen. This is Queen Anacaona. This was exhibited in the Spencer Museum of Art. And it's depicted by Ulrich Jean-Pierre, who I believe is a Haitian painter. And this is his depiction of Queen Anacaona. And this is just some, background just showing that she's actually the sister of King Bohetio, who they say was the last Taino king. So this is just a little bit of background there, but we'll leave that there. And also, we have King Bohetio by the same artist, Henri Jean Pierre. And just a little bit of background. He was the ruler of the Jaguar, Casiacazgo, in the area now occupied by Haiti. And again, it says the brother of Princess Anacaona. So, just another look. Okay, here we go. So you remember I was telling you yesterday that I let what's his name, not a coincidence, trip me up, right? Because I remember I one time he claimed that this depiction here was of an African, right? And so I looked it up, and because I didn't go as deep as I needed to, um, I just went with Alami, what Alami said, which is claims it's the African with dragon, right? And also this is Wikimedia Commons that's also saying the same thing, right? So unfortunately, I've I looked at it like, okay, this is a depiction of African, right? But then I was actually finally able to get the source from the actual museum where it's held at. You know what I mean? And lo and behold, hold on, I'm gonna have to pull that up. Oh no. Give me 1 second. Just gotta pull that up. Get out of this. All right, hold on. Let's see. So when we go to the actual source, I'm showing the here we go. So the actual source for this depiction, I had to retract because in the actual museum, Cinquantenaire Museum, which is in Brussels, you can see the title says what? Indian sledding. Indian sledding, right? And this is straight from the museum. And then the description says, body with straight sides and trapezoidal plan, bench covered in green velvet, wide bench original upholstered back and walls at the spur, a large bust of an Indian head dressed with feathers and dressed in a loincloth also made of feathers. So there you go right there. So whoever posted that on Alami and Wikimedia, that was pseudo. And also it just shows that, unfortunately, not a coincidence, didn't do enough research. He didn't get the actual source. He just did a Google search and didn't go far enough. So
he never do a lot of research. It's always sub-level. It's always something, to where it's just a simple search and no research or no type of logic or reasoning. And even the fact they saying Indian slave here believe that.
Exactly. So that's why you don't ever you can't you got to do the research yourself. Especially you can't go off of there where they're already selling you as much pseudo stuff as possible. So
they're on the outside looking in. They're on the outside looking in of all history. The history that they're being told is all a figment of someone's wild creation, bro. None of that history that they saying all come from the white man, and it's all based on the white man. So it's like at this point in time, we have to kind of like use like I said, we have to use some type of have some type of discernment, because if we don't have discernment, it's like we're believe because we don't have no other history to go off of. Exactly. We don't have our own history. Our own history is created by them.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that we've been taught and everything that we rely on come from them.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like once you understand that, then that kind of tells you, well, all right, okay, that would be the reason why a lot of this stuff is inclusive and confusing.
And that's the thing, because at this point, you would basically be you would have to admit that you believe you're a colonizer at this point. You believe the person you claim enslaved you to give you everything about you. They've given you your identity, your culture, your whole historical narrative. That's why you will still proudly claim to be black, which again is like crazy because we've already explained to you what black means, and for you to ignorantly still claim that, you know what I mean? That I don't know. It just doesn't really make any sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's
you're gonna claim to be a color that you're not even.
And listen, and they even know that these so-called social constructs was created by them. And then most of the people who ushered in the idea of it was agents who was working with white people. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It was all agents.
But
So
that's
it's
the
like,
point. All they've done is use our people to get us to follow or to fall into their traps. You know what I mean? They use these agents, whether they're knowing or not. People like, unfortunately, and it's always the people that they honor, like Jackie Robinson, Martin Luther King, who were used to usher us into their agenda. And and look where we're at now. You know. But it's only because you believe the slave narrative that you come from all of this foul stuff that you think that you're free right now. You're more enslaved than ever before. You had a lot more during times where they say you were being oppressed and this and that and that and this. You know what I mean? Like, like I said, there's no reason why we should have had almost 1 million farmers in the 20s, and now we barely got 40,000 today, if that. You know what I'm saying? So that doesn't sound like freedom to me. I'm just saying.
because they use so many tactics, bro. In what they call it, in an intimate domain, they use that to take a lot of land. They ran other like highways and stuff like through our neighborhoods and through our towns. And like I said, a lot of us already then was part of their jurisdiction, but they really couldn't do that to an Aboriginal. They could only do that to someone who was in their jurisdiction.
Exactly.
But however they wrote us out of history, we trying to climb back out the hole. We trying to climb back out the hole as far as everybody, even with people doing their genealogy and understand who they are. It's like you still have to understand the history. We don't have no history. All that history, even literature that we go over, it all comes from them. All of it comes from them. And every now and then you get a sincere European who got access to some of these records, and he actually, blow the whistle on it and reveal the evidence to showing like how history is false. And once you understand that black, you're not the color black, so you have to now tell me what does black means.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of these Pan Africans are still at that level. That's like negative elementary right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we can't get past there, then you're never gonna accept any of this. You know what I mean? That's one of the first things we learned under this understanding, about these misclassifications and what they mean. You know what I mean? So that's literally elementary for this whole paradigm. So, I don't know what else to say. It is what it is. So you gotta move on eventually. You can't keep trying to convince people, they don't want to. If they don't want to know, if they don't want to learn, then you got to leave them behind. Unfortunately. So
and that's where we at today, bro. Leaving them behind.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So let's see. So we got, and again, some of your favorites that I'm sure you've seen, but now we put a source to it. So this is called Opie Can Canoe, and according to the description, Opie Can Canoe was the brother of the infamous Chief Powhatan, the so-called father of Pocahontas, right? And you can see here, this individual has the exact same phenotype as the statue, exact same, and so they actually have a video on the statue from the actual museum's YouTube channel, which is the Jamestown Settlement American Revolution Museum at Yorktown. And yeah, so it basically says Paramount Chief Powhatan and Pocahontas are the most widely known people from the Powhatan chiefdom, but Opie Can Canoe, younger brother of Paramount Chief Powhatan, arguably had one of the greatest impacts on the story of Jamestown in the 17th century. So, so they're basically telling you who this statue is supposed to depict. And clearly this individual is not what we would call a prototypical Native American, etc. So so that was another cool one there. Let's see what else we got. Oh, here we go. So this is the, and I know you mentioned him before. This is the infamous cigar store figure in the Virginia Historical. So let's see what we got here. Everyone has seen this, I'm sure, at this point. So, and, you know, we just dive into the source. You see Virginia Museum of History and Culture. And what does it say? Cigar store figure, second half 19th century, carved and painted cigar store figure made about 1870. About 1870, so keep that in mind. Unlike most cigar store figures of the period, this figure is that of an Indian of Virginia in the 1600s, wearing a tobacco crown of tobacco leaves and a kilt, and armbands also of tobacco leaves with a beaded necklace. The features, however, are unmistakably African. The maker may have based his image on Virginia tobacco labels of the 1700s, showing Indians wearing crowns like this, but also depicted as black. Or he may be reflecting the 1870s white viewpoint that lumped Indians and blacks together as colored.
No,
So
that's
wait,
reverse psychology.
well, exactly. So they're saying that viewpoint was from the 1870s.
But that's not the only picture. See, that's the thing. And see, that's what happens when you call the but when you call them, they actually tell you that that's an African American dressed up as a Native American. When you call a Virginia Historical Society, this is what they tell you.
But I'm saying they're saying it's based off of an 1870s white viewpoint. But like you said, first of all, we've got plenty of these tobacco cigar figures that were created way before 1870. So how is it an 1870s viewpoint that this figure was created off of? That doesn't make any sense when you think about it logically.
I mean, they will pretty much do anything to cover up a lie. So like, once you understand that, like, they would do anything to cover this shit up, and they doing anything to cover it up. That's the reason why they coming up with these ridiculous story points or talking points to where they come with, to how they trying to make up the reasons why black people are depicted as Indians. So of course they're gonna come up with anything ridiculous, and then they just trying to buy themselves time. But then every image come out, but you're gonna tell us that all of these people all had the same idea or all had the same, they was all under the same impression, and they just depicted Indians as colored and black people, like you just said. Come on, man.
And that's a very good point, because that's the way they always seem to write these things in the history, where it was just like just blanketed over everyone, like just all white people thought this, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you can't speak for everyone to just write a narrative like that. You know what I'm saying? And really, in reality, what they're doing is like, I don't even think they care about how dumb they sound. They just they know that most people are not going to question it. Unfortunately, they'll read that it makes no sense, but they'll just accept it anyway. You know what I mean? It's only when you start to question these narratives that you can really break them down and debunk them. It's too many people that that don't want to question anything, and that's how they get away with creating pseudo narratives like this. You know what I'm saying? If I could pull up a cigar store figure that was created in the 1700s, how in the world is this one supposedly based on an 1870s white viewpoint? That doesn't even make any sense. So that, I mean, that pretty much explains that. But we all know, it's easy to debunk that. So let's see what else. Oh, you know what? I don't. Let me get your opinion on this. This is like this is so here in Long Island, right? This is in Oceanside by the Nalki outlet, right? Now, I don't know what this is. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is a natural formation. It could look like, an earthquake. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen this since growing up, right? And I never knew what it was. But once I started to really find out all this information, it started to make me think, like, could this actually be an earthwork? You know what I mean? And it's pretty big. I'm not even gonna lie to you. The thing I thought was most interesting though is when I did an overhead view on like Google Earth. It looks to be in like a shape of either a fish or even an arrow, but I would think of fish because this is more near Long Beach, etc. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it's me. Maybe my imagination is like, but I just thought that was pretty interesting, just the shape of it, looking from an aerial view, I don't know what you think about that. I mean, it could just be a natural formation. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just thought that was interesting to point out. So let's see. See, we got another favorite here, emblem of America, and obviously we see the two, dark figures here. So let's see what the British Museum says these figures are, though. So allegorical figures shown full length, standing to left, holding a standard showing the stars and stripes and an eagle, looking at two black boys wearing feather headdresses who stand on the left. Right. So they're calling them black boys. And again, when you cross-reference, we've seen that description before for Indians. You know what I mean? Hold on, let's see if there's anything else here. Oh, okay. So that's why. Okay, so I got it. So there's actually, because apparently it's also in the Met Museum. So here's another source. So the British Museum calls them black boys, but the Met calls them, looks at, she holds the stars and stripes, looks at two Native American children, right? So you got the Met calling them Native Americans, and you have the British Museum calling them black boys. So, hey, you figure that one out. But clearly, what I like is the fact of them being used interchangeably, because it only further proves the point of who the so-called black people here are. You know what I'm saying? And again, this is not me. This is the museums that are saying this. So, and so here we got another emblem of America, right? Like I said, I know a lot of people have seen this. But let's see what the source says, right? Right? An emblem of America. Let's see. And actually, this is actually being auctioned off here, and you can see the price here. So it's going to cost you about 3-4 G's for that one. And it says, a set of allegorical representations of the four major continents. The figure of America holds a flag and stands with an American Indian child in front of Niagara Falls. So, I mean, that's that's all you need to see right there. So they're letting you know what this little guy represents, or who he is, So let's see. Another emblem, right? And it's pretty much the same concept for all of these, So, they have some sort of correlation to each other, And I think in this one, yeah, they call him a black boy. So they call him a black boy, the British Museum, right? But then he has the same garb, the feather crown and the kilt, as all the other Indians we've seen. And again, when you reference back, we did read a source that said that the black boy was used to describe these cigar store figures.
And that image right there is I forgot the name of that image of that white lady right there. That white lady is an image of Rome takeover. It's called something senpai some shit. I can't think of the name of it. But that image that you saw next to that black boy is an image that it's a Masonic image.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? It's a Masonic image, and that's what a lot of these pictures are, Masonic.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because when you think about it, it looks like, you know, they're to me they're depicting like a changing of the guards, like where who America's being taken from and given to. And that's why they always depict, like, okay, they depict, you know, a child, like, you know, and then you got this big tall woman like dominating over the child, you know what I'm saying? So it's all about, you know, the message they're trying to convey through the imagery. Of course, for me, my main observation is just, you know, pointing out the Indian, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is another one too. I don't think this was actually this was in the Yale University Art Gallery, right? But it didn't actually have a description. But I just think it's interesting that you have this, you know, kind of the same concept, and this young quote unquote black boy is here reading, you know, and then when you think about it, when was this depiction created? You know what I mean? 1804, right?
That's a fact.
So were young black boys allowed to read in 1804? Just saying. Oh, what's happening? Okay, were they allowed to read then? So to me, it's like, why would they be depicting something like that? You know. So I just think that's interesting. But yeah, let's see what else we got. And you know, bro, you could let me know whenever you you know, whenever you're up on time, you let me know. We could wrap it up, you know.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I mean,
Still got plenty more to go. I'm not
all
even
right, well,
lying.
keep rocking. No, we good.
Yeah. But you know, like I said, if anything, if you gotta go, let me know, and then we can.
No, for sure. I definitely would. Don't worry about it. Good.
No doubt. All right, yeah. So again, another one a lot of people have seen. We're just gonna put the source to it. So, let's see. So yeah, The Species of the Five Classes of Mankind by John Henry Walker. And this is in the McCord Stewart Museum. Place of origin for this particular depiction is Canada. And as we can see, we have the so-called five races being depicted here, you know. And you got Mongoloid, Mongolian, you got Malay. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. And then we have Negroid African. And of course, we have Australoid American. And, you know, obviously we can see that is not a Native American at all. And there's no way that you can explain this away. You know what I mean? And honestly, this is another one of those depictions where they made a remix single, as you were saying. They changed American to a Mongoloid, you know. I should have had that ready to pull up, but you'll be able to look that up and find that too, you know. So it's just another instance of where they, you know, rewrite you know, history, and they done the old switcheroo, you know what I'm saying? So again, that's just putting the source to that one. So here we go. Of course, again, another one we all know and love, right? Emblem of America, right? And then, you know, we have the source from the British Museum. Allegorical figure shown full left, standing to left, head tilted to right, wearing a leopard skin, fringed gown, plume headdress, quivering beads, holding a bow in one hand, arrow in the other, landscape with firs, mountains. Is that it? Waterfall and river in the background. And by Haynes and Son. It was published by. So, you know. So that's what the British Museum is saying. This is America, this image right here. So This is actually a similar one, but yeah, from this website here, Mutual Art, they're telling you that this is an Indian princess, America, circa 1790, and it's similar to the same one we just looked at, just a little bit modeled a little differently, but the same concept basically. And again, there's really no doubt about what you're seeing here. And again, we're not looking at a Eurasian or Mongol type individual. And then we have another one here. This one actually I couldn't find a source for whatever reason, but again, we can clearly see who we're looking at. She's petting a lion, though it is poorly drawn, but you can tell it is a lion. And we really don't need a source because it tells you right here, right at the bottom of the depiction. It's engraved America, right? And we could get we can see what we're seeing here, what's being depicted. So this is another one. Can't really see a face, right? But you pretty much could tell, just by looking at the eyes, the nose, and the skin tone, everything, and the consistency with the other depictions. You got the gator here, or croc. You got the feathered crown, the fine garbs, and the bow and arrow. You know what I'm saying? This is a depiction of America, and here we
Oh,
see
that don't
here.
look like no croc right there. Hold up, go back to that picture. That look like some type of fucking dragon or some type of shit. The shit. I mean, that's the croc right there, right?
Yep, this is it. Yeah,
it look like some type of dragon or something.
It do look like it's a little bit on steroids. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, look how awkward. Look at how his head is shaped, like it's bent. Like the crocs, they normally their body is like like I don't think they could turn their neck like that.
Exactly. Now that's a fact, actually. Yeah, that is a fact. I mean, hey, you never really know.
Until further notice, man, and we don't think it's a croc. It could be, you know what I'm saying? It don't look like.
All right, we can rock with that.
Yeah, until further notice.
No, I mean, I'll be honest. It's just because I know that sometimes they do depict things a little funny, but yeah, just the move. I mean, you're definitely right about that. The movements and everything don't particularly in the shape of the head. Really, that does kind of look like some sort of dinosaur dragon or something. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good observation right there for sure. Interesting. So yeah, so as you can see, it says America, or El Amerique, I believe this one is by Michel Dorigny, and this is from School of France, and they're dating it in the mid 1600s, right? And where is this from? Okay, well, Department of Paintings. Oh, here we go. Let's see what this says. This is at the Louvre. I think that's the name of the facility this is being held at. The Austria's apartment at the. All right, well, either way you put it, but this is the source basically telling you, yes, that's a depiction of America. Yeah, installed the Louvre at their current location. So you can see that's where it's located. So let's see what else we got here. Shimon. Okay, here we go. Yes, so this is another cool one here. So you can see, this is a pretty nice painting, fine painting, and this woman is finely clothed. He's got a thing of fruit there. This is pretty detailed. You see she's of a dark coppery hue. She kind of looks like somebody's grandma to me. Yeah, so this one's pretty dope. And let's see. This is from Doyle Auctions and Dutch School, 17th century allegory of the abundance of the Americas. All right. Going, well, actually, this sold for $30,000. So there you go. All right. So we get a good look at that. And let's see. Yeah, just another allegory of the continents. America, we can see that there. That's a little nice one. This one is cool too. So this one is a map of the British and French dominions of North America with the roads, distances, limits, and extent of the settlements by John Mitchell. Publication date 1755. And this is at the Newberry Library. And you can see. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go again with nonsense. Okay, here we go. So this is a full view of the map. And then, you might not notice, but once you zoom in, you can just see these two figures chilling here in the corner. And when you get a real close up, you can see, again, these don't exactly look like your typical Native Americans, and they still have the consistency of the feathered crown and the kilt, etc. And you can see phenotypically, these would be what you would call Negro people. Yep. So let's see. I don't know why this thing is acting up, but all right. Oh, they did it to me again, didn't they? Let's see. All right, I gotta go back down. Bear with me 1 second. 1 second. Let me just get back to where I was. No, that's not it. Oh, there we go. Here we go. All right, yeah. So this is another tobacco figure, a statue. This I found in the Mark Goldman collection. And let's see, let's get a little close up on that. And you can see, typical tobacco figure. You got the kilt, big cigar, and then look at the hair. You know what I'm saying? The phenotype, definitely not a Native American. Sorry to tell you, but it is what it is. And here's the description from the website: Virginia wood. Well, first of all, it's called antique Indian, right there. Not antique African, antique Indian, right? Virginian wood, circa 1850, holding clay pipe, early form of tobacco trade sign counter. And this is for sale for 16 G's. You know what I'm saying? 16 G's. And this is the website for the Mark Goldman collection. So that one is it's another dope one there. Here's another one from the Mark Goldman collection. Let's just get a good look at it. Right? Just like I said, same consistency. And look at the hair, the phenotype. That's not a Mongoloid, a so-called Mongoloid or Eurasian, none of that, And the site, again, antique Indian is how they refer to it. French countertop tobacco figure. And yeah, part of the Mark Goldman collection. So let's see. Yeah, here's this is another one from the Allegory of the Continents. Represent for the light-skinned brothers like myself, And yeah, you can see finely dressed, pearls, feather crown. Look at the hair, phenotype, There's no question what you're seeing, you know. So yes, sir. So let's see. That's a picture of me right there. So this one is cool actually. This is another one from the Allegory of the Continents. And honestly, I couldn't help it because honestly, literally the same exact phenotype, you know, same look. So you know, I had to put a little collage there, my man Prince, you know. Yeah, but that is the representation of America. Another one. Okay, here we go. So here we got some artifacts. So this is from the Barakat Gallery, and this is in London, England. Okay. So here we have pre-Columbian art, Hopewell green slate ceremonial swastika, 200 BCE to 200 CE. All right. And basically this is description, you know, just telling you about, you know, the history of the Hopewell people and the areas in which this culture influenced. And let's just get another good look at it. So again, you can see a lot of things have been taken in modern time and given a new spin on it, you know, a remix single. But you can see here, this is an actual artifact from the Hopewell site, you know. So, you know, what we use it for, or what is used for nowadays is not what it originally was intended for, clearly. So I thought that was interesting, you know. We got more from the Barakat. Just a little lightweight Olmec joint, you know. You know, just a little Olmec figurine. Let's see here the source, and this is dated 900 BCE to 500 CE. All right, Olmec jade figure, and you know, it's pretty much. Oh no, I know I didn't just do that. Okay, all right, my bad. Hold on 1 second. Let me get back to where I was at. Should be too far down. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Sorry about that. Let's see. All right, we're just showing everything off now. All right, come on now. All right, here we go. So another Olmec figure. So you can take a good close-up look at that. You know, you can just see the nose, the lips, and you know, I don't think there's any mistake in what we're looking at there. So you can see here, so it's Olmec stone sculpture of a seated figure, 900 BCE to 300 CE. Because that's a long time to cover, but you know, we just know that it's ancient. You know, let's put it that way. So, and this is just a description about the Olmec civilization. Nothing particular about that specific figure. All right. So this one right here, I mean, now I had to throw a little whoa emoji, because you know, yeah, it was a little bit graphic, you know what I'm saying? But because of the phenotype, I mean, this is like, there's just no denying this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Look at that. Look at that. It looks like you got some sort of jaguar hood, like a jaguar you know, jumpsuit or something. I don't know. It looks pretty dope though. And but look at the phenotype. Like, come on. What are we even doing here? Look at that. And this is a figure from Costa Rica, right? Look at that. So I just want to know how you could combat something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, you know. So let's see. It says standing male with jaguar skin headdress, 500 CE 800 CE. And you see it says, I don't think this one unfortunately had a description, but you can clearly say it says art of Costa Rica, right? So somebody try to explain this to me, you know, and these are artifacts. Now we're talking about artifacts, not, you know, European depictions. So this is another one, a Colima figure, they call it, from the Colima civilization. Hit the wrong thing. Let me see. Yeah, Colima figure in the form of a hunchback, 300 BCE, 300 CE. And this is a description about the Colima people. And this is basically from Western Mexico. Is where they operated. And we could just, again, look what we're seeing here. Look at the nose, the lips, everything, you know, tells you that you're looking at a so-called Negro. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, again, these are not depictions. These are actual artifacts that somebody has in their collection that, you know, I call it looting personally, but, you know. But this is another Colima figure, kind of has the same hunchback style to it. But again, look at the face. That looks like my man that I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Wow. Sorry about that. So, yeah, so you can see, you know, there's another view. And there's a description, Colima vessel in the form of a hunchback, 300 BC to 300 CE. And just another description of the Colima people. So, that's not that. Okay. That's this is another one, terracotta sculpture of a kneeling woman from Costa Rica, right? And again, you know, the lips, the nose, the color, you know, you know, you could basically tell what we're looking at here. So, just a few different angles. Terracotta sculpture of a woman kneeling, 300 BCE. Yeah, right. Actually, this one does have a description of the actual figure. Let me see. I guess fool's bridge under the eyes. To a cat. Okay. So, you know, just basically describing what the figure. So let's see what else we got here. So this one is dope. This is a Teotihuacan mask, right? Still from the Barracott Gallery, London, England, because they got all of our stuff in Europe, you know. And you tell me, you tell me. That's all I can really say. It's pretty much beating a dead horse at this point. Look at the side view. You know what I'm saying? Is that really a Native American to you? I don't know. Just saying. 200 CE to 600 CE. Teotihuacan stone mask. And again, this is just a description on the piece. But yeah, that one is rather dope. So let's see. Yeah, this is another one. Veracruz, terracotta head, Mexico. I mean, we could just look at the phenotype, the lips, the nose. It's again consistent with what you would call a Negro phenotype. And I mean, you know, eyes look a little low, you know, but yeah, here we go. Veracruz terracotta head, 200 CE, 600 CE. yeah. So just another interesting piece there, left here by the ancestors. Here we go, another good one. Now, honestly, with some of the Moshe stuff, be Mo. Be honest with you, I'm not even gonna lie to you, but this is a good one here, and let's just get a zoom in on that. I don't know. Does that look like a mongoloid to you? I don't know, but to me, no. I still see a consistency with the so-called Negro phenotype there. So yeah. So that's just a little description, and that's pretty much it. So let's move on to the next one. See what we got. All right. A Jama Koke terracotta sculpture of a standing woman. This is from Ecuador. Right? And again, you look at the nose, the lips, the features, just there's just nothing about it says that we're looking at a modern day stereotypical Native American. You know what I mean? So just a few different angles, and as you can see here is the description: 200 BCE to 600 CE, and so like I said, this is found in Ecuador amongst the Jama Koke people. So let's see. This is another good one. This is a Moshe again. Moshe stirrup vessel depicting an elderly seated male. And this is pretty self-explanatory. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know about you, but I know what I see. So so I think that one is pretty dope. This again is from the Barakat Gallery, so you can check that out. See if you find even more stuff in there. I just tried to pull out the goodies I could find. So this one is dope too. Veracruz stone hatcher in the form of an acrobat. So I would have to assume this is probably Olmec. Of course, we know this is Mexico. And just look at that. A few different angles. That's actually a pretty dope depiction there. 200 AD to 600 AD. And just a little description of what we're looking at. So let's see. We got another Olmec mask here. Olmec Blackstone Maskette. Let's just take another a closer look, right? You see the lips, the nose, To me, it has a pretty distinct phenotype. So, and this is dated 1200 BC to 900 BCE. All right. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, this one's pretty dope too. This is another Olmec stone-seated figure. You see the head, the lips, See there. And like I said, 1200 BCE to 600 BCE. So this is a pretty old figure here. So what else do we got? Oh, this one's pretty cool. This is Yeah, this is the Taino stone Zemi sculpture. And again, you could look at it, you know, the nose, the lips. To me, it definitely looks kind of Caribbean to me, you know, like Caribbean elder. And I actually think this is depicting an elderly man, as it said. So, let's see. Card, writing materials. Yep. Yeah. So this is depicting an elderly individual, which they are calling a Taino. But again, that's definitely not a Native American, Mongoloid, Eurasian phenotype. So yes, another one. Okay, this one is cool. This is I think this is like a little vase or a pot or a vessel, a pot, Nazca spouted polychrome vessel. And you can take a closer look. It looks like a melanated man with with facial hair, what you would call a so-called Negro, I guess unfortunately I don't have the full description. Maybe you didn't have one, but let's see. Maybe we can see where this is from. From Peru. So this one is from Peru. And it actually did kind of look like some of the Moshe art. This is another one. Another one from Costa Rica. I don't know, some of these Costa Rica ones, you look through that gallery, you're gonna see some stuff like this, So unfortunately, I had to put a pause on my man and hit him with another whoa emoji, because we ain't trying to see all that. But yeah, you can get a closer look though at the phenotype, and yeah, it's pretty much explanatory. It says it's a tall polychrome terracotta erotic male figure. So there you go. 800 CE, 1200 CE. Oh, okay. This description, this man like Egyptian Greek mythology reversed to the god of sex. Wow, that's interesting. So I'm gonna leave that right there though. And let's see what else we got. Yeah, this is another one. Sculpted standing figure in volcanic stone, Costa Rica. Another Costa Rica artifact. And again, you could just look at the nose, like the features. And this one actually, even the hair in the back, it definitely looks like with box braids, even possibly dreads, but it looks more like box braids to me. I feel like I actually could see the braids, engraved. So that's pretty dope. And yeah, 700 CE to 1000 CE. So you still there, everyone? Yep. No, maybe he stepped away. All right, so we got a few more of these, This one is another Costa Rican figure. And we could just zoom in there and just, analyze the phenotype. Again, I would have to point out that this does not seem to portray your prototypical Native American, Mongoloid, or Eurasian, phenotype. So let's just see a few angles. It's got a little bit of a hunchback. Yeah, and it's pretty detailed, And this is dated 300 BCE to 500 CE. And again, this is from Costa Rica. So let's see. And we got another one from Costa Rica. Now, honestly, I mean, you look at this, right? You look at this depiction. Oh, or not even depiction. I'm sorry. I look at this artifact. And, you know, someone might say this is African art. Like, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, it's not, though. This is from the original people of the Americas. You know what I'm saying? And to me, again, you know, upon observation, I have to say this is describing a so-called Negro or melanated individual, or depicting rather. And just you know, fuller image there. A side image. I mean, come on, let's be real. Let's be real here. There you go. There's the details of what's being depicted. I think this is probably the last one I have from the Barakat gallery. Here we got another individual. I believe this is also from Costa Rica. And again, we can just look at the features. There's nothing else really to say. You know, just look at it, you know. All right. And this is a standing effigy dated 300 BCE, 300 CE. And let me see. And like I said, I'm pretty sure this is Costa Rica as well. Yeah, a lot of good stuff in Costa Rica, aside from the explicit stuff. Oh, there's me again. All right. I don't know if A1's still here or not. Are we still here? Yeah, we're still here. Peace to everyone in the chat, by the way. Hopefully you're getting something out of this, you know. Just want to try to, like I said, display some things maybe you haven't seen. Also display some stuff you have seen, but put the source to it. That way, when someone disputes you on what they're seeing, if you want to pull these depictions out, you know what I'm saying? You could say, you know, here's the source to go with it. And then you could let them argue with the source. You know what I mean? It's that simple. So you can always feel free to you know, visit my page, Stephen Joseph Levels Green, Facebook, and whatever you want to download, take it. You know. So here we have another depiction. This is in the British Museum. This is an allegory. And I think there's actually, let me see. I think there's 5 continents depicted in this one. I believe this is supposed to be Europe, of course. This would be Asia, India, Africa, because again, Africa, we always see that elephant hat. So then obviously that would mean that America would be this individual with the feathered crown, as per usual, you know. So let's see. Yeah, see 4 male figures representing the continents of Asia to the left, Africa, India, and America to the right, laying gifts at the feet of Britannia, who sits enthroned. So there you go. Samuel Whale. And what time period? 1746. And then just get another look at America. You can look at the hair, the phenotype. Again, does not say anything about Native American to me. So let's see what else we got. Oh, we got some more tobacco figures. Let's see. So it says cigar store figure countertop Indian with clay pipe and white, red, and black feathers and old alligator finish. And it's from the Nadeau's auction gallery. And this is starting bid 2,500. So this is going to cost you a little bit of dough. But let's just see a close up of the face, and then the full view here. And just like all the other tobacco figures, still has the same consistency: pipe, feather crown, tobacco kilt, and always got some sort of jewelry or medallion on, you know. So, and of course the dark complexion phenotype, you know. So here we go, another tobacco figure, and let's just get a close-up view, right? This looks like some sort of, you know, again, tobacco. Someone whose profession is in tobacco. He look like he's ready to sell something. You know what I mean? A few other different close-ups, and this is from artnet.com. This was auctioned off, and it tells you right here: Dutch school, 18th century, an Indian blackamoor tobacco merchant, 1700 to 1750. All right. So that's they called it, not me. They called it an Indian. So here we go, another one. So look at that face, you know. Same thing for the crown, smoking on the tobacco pipe, grass kilt, gold chain, you know what I mean? This is from Freeman's. This is another auction site, and it's calling this figure carved and painted tobacconist counter figure, 19th century. So even though it doesn't specifically use the term Indian, again, we use your cross referencing, and we know that tobacco is associated with Indians in America, and we also know with the consistency of the depictions, you see the same kind of outfit, and of course the Negro phenotype. Another one here, blackamoor tobacconist trade sign. This is also auctioned off, and basically the same thing here. Right. It's another one, tobacconist blackamoor trade sign. Smoking a pipe. You can see the phenotype, the lips, etc. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Yep. So that's another one. Let's see what else we got. All right. So we got another figure here. You take a look. Same thing. Same thing. And you just got to note, again, the consistency here, because it would be one thing if there was one of these figures and there, one just came across, someone just had a fetish for making Indians look like Negroes, right? But unfortunately, there's just too many, and they are being auctioned off at high prices, while the people don't know that these things exist, but the people in the background who have the money to actually purchase these things do, you know? And here's a full view there. And they are telling you, and this is Bonham Skinner, another auction site, carved and painted wood cigar store dwarf Virginian Indian. All right. So sold for $23.50. So there you go. So we're just gonna keep piling it on. You know what I mean? Because why not? Why not at this point? So we got another one here. Actually, these are two figures grouped together, a male and a female, as you can see. All right. This is pretty dope. But see, again, you got, the photos are a little bit blurry, unfortunately, but it is what it is. But we can clearly see what we're looking at. So let's see what it says according to the source. So, couple of Moors in sculpted in polychrome wood. All right. It's from another auction website, and it says, in a swaying attitude, the man and the woman are dressed as Indians, wearing feathers and wearing a pearl necklace, wearing a loincloth and boots for one, a dress with a large skirt for the other. And this is Venice, I believe that's Italy, and 18th century. All right. And there's no reason why a couple of what they call Moors would be dressed as Indians if they were not Indians. All right. Unless they made this depiction while, on Halloween or something. They just decided to dress up as Indians. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the type of dumb stuff we'll hear. So, but so we got another pair of sculptures here. Let's take a look. Again, a male and a female, right? All right, pretty detailed. And let's just get a few different looks. Side, rear view. This is the woman here, close up. All right. The legs, backside. The male figure, close up, backside, legs. And let's see. So, first of all, you can see this is going for like $24,000. All right. And it says pair of sculptures representing American Indians forming a planter. All right. And this is another Venetian work. And it tells you this is representing American Indians, a couple of an Indian warrior with his wife, beautiful quality of sculpture on tripod bases with 3 Nubian masks. So that's pretty much explanatory, self-explanatory right there. That's the Nubian mask right there they're referring to. And yeah, man, we could go all day with this, you know what I mean? But we just want to keep beating in the head, like, yeah, there's another one here. Another little tobacco figure. You can see that. Let's see what else we got. I'm sure people probably seen this one. So that's another one there. This is another cool one. I'm sure people have seen that one. Here's one here. And there, this is on First Dibs, I could tell already. And yeah, car figure modeled as an American Indian. So let's skip through. Hey, Juan, you there? I wonder. Hold on, let me see if he. Oh, okay, he did text me. All right, I see. All right, I got you, big bro. So yeah, so here's another one. Same thing, Now, I will note sometimes they don't always look exactly phenotypically as a Negro, but sometimes who's depicting them, the facial features could be a little bit off, but they will obviously darken them to show you that their intention is to create a so-called melanated or black or Negro individual. You know what I'm saying? And again, this is First Dibs as well. And let's see. Feather dress skirt. So again, doesn't exactly say Indian, but just use common sense and logic and cross reference. Oh yeah, this one is I mean, you definitely can't deny this one here. So let's see. I mean, look at that. All right. I don't even have to say anything about this. You can just look and see for yourself, you know. Um, you just look at the hair and the obvious dark complexion on this one. For the crown, the kilt, and let's see what the website says though. Yeah, it's saying in the form of a Native American Indian. All right. Um, 19th century. Let's just get another good look at that one. And there you go. This is another dope one. Look at that. So again, we got a heavily melanated or dark complected individual. We got the Negro, so-called Negro phenotype, smoking a large tobacco pipe. Got the kilt, the same kilt as you see. You've seen in all the previous depictions. And yeah, this is from Carter's Price Guide to Antiques, another auction website. 19th century tobacco wooden statue. American tobacco point of sale carved and painted wooden statue, 19th century. Yep. So here's another one. Let me see. That's another one too. Let's see. Like I said, these is just so many of them. It's crazy. Again, enough said. Negro phenotype, dark complected, for the crown, kilt, got the jewelry on, same consistency. And let's see what it says. Carved wood with polychrome decoration in the form of a Native American with tobacco leaf headdress raised on the oval base, the rear with iron hook. 18th century. So, you know, boy. All right, so we got another figure here. All right, let's get this is a black and white, a little bit clearer. Same figure though, as you can see. And this is in the National Museum of American History. All right. And what are they saying this is? Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Where'd the title go? Okay, hold on. Let me see. All right. See, there you go. Indian shop figure. All right. And by Maker Rob Workshop. Date May 1882 to 1900. So it just goes on and on and on. You know, we can just keep going with this all day. So this is another one. Little tobacco statue. This is another good one. Hold up. Same thing. Same thing. And this is from Invaluable, another auction website. It says Native American Indian tobacconist figure. 19th century. So there's another one. Let's see. This one actually has an interesting story to it. Let's see. I'm not gonna lie, you could maybe possibly question his features a little bit, but he's definitely dark complected and melanated. You know what I mean? I feel like you could probably call it a Negro, but maybe you could kind of question it. But again, like I said, sometimes the features aren't always on point, but they give you a certain complexion to show their intent of what they're trying to depict. You know what I mean? And but this was actually owned by a specific individual, and actually they referred to this figure as Lenape. Um, yeah, and there's basically a whole description here of the background that this was like, a figure that was passed down through generations and ultimately was sold off. But yeah, the Indian offered in the sale is the one he bought for his daughter. And this is talking about the owner of the particular figure, and it says who finally refers to it as Lenape. So there you go. So let's see what else we got. It's another tobacco figure, Blackamoor, as they refer to it. Yeah, so this is a little cool one. One I never really seen before. And yeah, here we go. American 19th century Indian tobacconist figure. All right. Let's get another look at it. I don't know why it looks a little dark on the face, but all right. So we're back to a few. This is more porcelain figures here, and let's see. This is an allegorical depiction of America. Again, unfortunately, it's a little blurry, but you can see this is a dark complected individual, a woman, and here is the depiction of a croc or alligator that she's sitting on, and that lets you know, obviously, that we're looking at a depiction of America. All right. Here's the source. This is a figure. It was made by Alcora Porcelain Factory. It's dated 1770. We acquired it in 1960. Its medium is soft paste porcelain, vitreous enamel, etc. It was donated from the estate of James Hazen Hyde. So these are some of the people that have a hold of these, these items. And you can see here it says Allegorical. Well, probably means Allegorical figure of America. All right. All right. This is another one from the same website. Now, this one doesn't exactly say America. It just calls it a figure. But again, once you've seen enough of these depictions, you can just observe, because you could get fooled. You see he has like a turban on, with a cape, but he does have the kilt. You know what I'm saying? But then you look and you see, again, depicted with the alligator or croc. So that's when you know that this is depicting America. Yes, sir.
I'm just checking in on you. I left you out there on purpose, my dude, so to see how you can hold it down.
Oh, okay, all right.
I just left it out. You got to throw you out there in the water, man. You know how the Marines take you deep out in the water, just throw you out there, see if you can swim.
For sure. I hope. Hopefully, I've been keeping the people entertained and informed.
Hey, hit that like button, man. Share the video out, and like I said, man, I'm trying to get a new laptop, man. And if you guys would like to contribute, and the Cash App is at the bottom of the screen, man. So
Yes,
definitely
sir.
thank my brother King of America. 2 days in a row for holding it down. This nigga been showing pictures for almost 3.5 hours, man. So I mean, you can rock out. I ain't doing too much. Go ahead, you can continue to rock out. Just let me know when you want to shut it down. I'm listening. I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, I am getting a little tired, but I still got plenty. I still got a good amount to show. You know what I mean? But of course, I mean, we could always save that for another time if you would like to
Yeah,
do that.
yeah. I
Otherwise,
mean,
I can still do
it's
some
all
more.
G, bro. I mean, like I said, 3 hours is a long time, but whatever you got, definitely is appreciative as far as
Yeah,
the information.
I'll go through a few more. You know what I'm saying?
All right, no doubt. All right, do your thing. Just let
and-
me know when you're ready.
No doubt, no doubt. All right, cool. So so this is another allegory of America. You know what I'm saying? Again, unfortunately, they blurred up the pictures a little bit, but I mean, you could see the bro clearly got a fro here. You know what I mean? You got a bird, exotic bird here. Yeah, he's got some garments on, some jewelry. You know, looks like I mean I don't know if that's flowers in the hair. Or actually, is this a woman? This might be a woman actually. Who's calling me? Hold on. Sorry about that. Yeah. So let's see. It's a side angle. All right. It does kind of look like flowers in the hair a little bit, but you clearly see that fro. You know what I'm saying? And that wouldn't be consistent with the Mongoloid Eurasian phenotype, unfortunately. For those who are wondering. So yeah, there we go. And here we see the source says allegorical figure of America. All right. So let's see what else we got. This is another one. Again, they got a little blurred out, but you can still see, clearly see the dark skin, feather crown. She got a nice little garment on, And let's just get some other angles. All right. All right. And again, you see here, allegorical figure of America. And pretty much the same backstory for the most part. Here's another
That's the
porcelain.
thing, though. When they say allegorical, we got to take in consideration that their allegorical always got some type of hidden message to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So even when they use it, huh?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying allegory always has some type of hidden message in it. You know what I'm saying? When you're dealing with a lot of allegorical things, there's always a hidden story of whatever you're observing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just summarizing. I ain't trying to be, exact with the definition, but when they say allegory, they didn't have to actually be in America and actually see these people to know that these is the ethnicity and the racial ideology of an American Indian.
Exactly. And the thing about it too is that's kind of going along with the whole concept that, again, America was new to these people, but in reality, with a lot of the information that's come forward, it pretty much has to be that everyone already knew about America. In my mind, you know what I mean? They're trying to make it like no one knew anything about the Americas until Columbus, and there's just too much literature to show that America has definitely been influential on the eastern side of the world for many years. You know what I'm saying? So they a lot of this is discovery and stuff like that. It seems like that's another narrative that they're just trying to push. You know what I mean? To say like, oh, we came here, we found this place, and then we took it over and conquered it. It kind of in a way,
along with the fact that, remember, their greatest story is telling you that the people here did not know what to do with the land.
Right.
That's the main thing. They always want to depict us as being primitive.
Right.
That's the whole, like I said, you know what I'm saying? They always want to depict us as being primitive. But like I said, if you got people back in the 1600s wearing suits and they got estates, they got estates, nigga. They got estates and they got trusts. So these people had to have some type of science, man. And it's like the more and more when you really find out what we was really capable of doing, because it's one thing to show an Indian with a feather crown on and a kilt and with a pipe in his mouth. And it's one thing to know, okay, that's a Indian had a pipe, probably with a 3-piece suit on and a motherfucking top hat or derby.
Exactly.
You know?
No, that's a fact. That's definitely a fact. So I mean, so we got. Maybe I'll do a few more, and maybe we could because like I said, I still got plenty more to show. So
Hey, well, I mean, you could do a few more. And we could do part 3. Don't worry about it.
For sure. So because I'm not gonna lie, it's like I told you before. I definitely have an appreciation for what you do because it does kind of take some energy out of you. Yeah. So we got another allegorical figure of America here. And we got the it's just repetitive at this point. But you got to keep drilling it in. You know what I mean? Like this is what they're depicting these people to look like.
Yeah, you can't dispute this information.
Listen again. Let's see. So this is in the Met, right? And this they put America. You know what I mean? They put America, and circa 1765. You know what I mean? I don't know what else to tell you. But this is them saying it's America, so you can gladly go to the Met and dispute them over that. You know what I mean? If you still wish to do so. But they're claiming this is America. So this is another one. Again, this is black and white. So, but you can clearly see this is a dark individual, feathered crown, etc. Where is this one at? This might be in the Met as well. Yeah, it is. Okay. America, part of a set. So let's see. Well, this one is this is cool because again, it allows you to observe and distinguish, on how each figure was depicted, So this is a pair of potpourri vases with covers by Abraham Leigheimer, and they're dating it as 1772 to 1774. This is also in the Metropolitan Museum, and it says description: the figures on the finials are personifications of Africa and America. All right. So let's see. So this is America, and we can see again same consistency. Feather crown with the kilt. Looks like this is probably some sort of tobacco barrel back here, And let's see. This is a full view. All right. And then here we have side by side Africa and America. And like I said, typically when you see these sort of depictions, they make sure to show you the difference. Skin tone is different. The style of dress is different as well. And then they let you see the elephant trunk right here. So you know that's depicting Africa. Actually, it looks like it's a whole elephant here. I can see the eye back there.
And I'm going to tell you something even about the elephants. They said there was elephants in Florida.
Of course.
They said it was go ahead.
No, I was saying that's what I mentioned before, because see, when you're going with the context of these depictions, you'll see, like I said, typically the elephant will be, paired with Africa, the camel will be paired with Asia, and the horse will be paired with Europe. But then when you look up all these animals, they actually originate in America. So
even the lion.
And even the lion, right? Exactly. Which again, you will see them depict America with lions. So
yeah, that lady you show with America with the brown skin copper color lady, she got a lion. That's a fucking lion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and they got her petting them like you know that like that's just a pet. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's just another couple of angles there. And again, we can look at the source, Metropolitan Museum, and here we go. Figures, finials, personifications of Africa and America. All right, so that's basically showing you that right there. What else? This is another one as well. Let's see. This is a little statue. It's actually pretty cool. I mean, it's hard to really tell because it's like bronze or whatever, but to me, I can kind of still see the phenotype there with the lips and the nose. You know, it's still consistent with all the other depictions with the feathered crown and the tobacco kilt. So yeah, and let's see. Let me just see. Yeah, an allegorical figure of America, Austrian, circa 1800. Just so you know. This is like a clock. All right, and again, the picture's a little blurry on some of these, unfortunately, but you can see. Here we go again. Why does it keep doing that? It's mad weird. We can see what's being depicted here, though, and here you can see the description: watchmaking, American Indian style, table clock, and carved wood with the black and gold patina. All right. Now, let me see if it's gonna mess me up. Yeah, it definitely did. All right, hold on 1 second. So I'm gonna show these next few, and I guess we could wrap it up, and we could get back into it, another time. Because like I said, I definitely got a lot more to show. Depictions and artifacts. In fact, I got some crazy artifacts too to show. So let's see. So this is another clock, and this is it looks like it's by Jacques Claude Martin Roquet, a director Penjul or Chesor, a Mary Indian. I should have translated these, but I'm pretty sure this is all in French. And this is dated circa 1800. And let's see. And as you can see here in the description, it says the chariot supporting the figure of a Native American hunter with white enamel eyes and wearing a plumed headdress and matching feathered skirt, hoop earrings, gilt armbands, and holding in his left hand a bow. All right. And this is who they're describing. This individual right here. All right. And that is a Negro. You know what I'm saying? And again, feathered crown, tobacco kilt, bow and arrow. Is just no mistaking. There's another angle. It looks like a dragon or something here. Might both be dragons, actually. But you can see this is the clock. Oh, and there's even some little children here at the bottom, with some scenery in the background. Yeah, that definitely looks like some sort of dragon.
That is a dragon.
Actually, even so, but the head looks like a lion almost, a little bit.
Yeah, dragons got that little beard and shit. Like when you see dragons, they got like that same facial, like a fucking lion and shit. Yeah, that's definitely a dragon.
Right.
What the hell
right. All right, so
and they trying to hide it. They trying to hide it. Or a griffin, or it could be a child. You might be right. It might be a griffin.
Right. I mean, it might say it in the description. I'll have to go through it, but Um, but at this point, we can only guess. But what we do know is that they're telling you that this is an American Indian hunter. That's what they're calling him. So here's another one, kind of in the same style. I think it has a different creator though, but pretty much the same style. You can see, yeah, see the dragon, same stance. Looks different, but still clearly a so-called Negro, right? And yep, pretty much the same thing. And let's see, pretty much the same title as well, just a different creator, Gautier, and it's pretty much the same date as well, circa 1800. And again, basically says the same thing, Native American hunter. All right. So here's another set, or another clock here. Let's just zoom in. So we see looks like there's 4 little children on the outside carrying this individual. Looks like she has a dog that she's petting here. And you can see her. Tobacco kilt, feather crown, bow and arrow. All right. And an empire pendule. And I'm pretty sure pendule is clock, if I'm not mistaken in French. Pendule or sauvage. And see, they call them the savages. So there you go. But so yeah, this is by Jean Simon Deverberry, made in Paris, circa 1800.
See that right there. These images are from Europeans who learned eugenics and told to depict the people in America as being savages and primitive to go along with the narrative. We know
Exactly.
these people weren't savages and primitive.
Right. It's propaganda. You know what I mean? It's propaganda to basically justify what's going on today. And so that's why, again, you take these with a grain of salt and you get what you can get out of them. And what we can get out of them is the fact that they're telling you that these Negroes are American Indians. You know, these so-called Negroes are American Indians. And again, that should never exist, according to the mainstream narrative that has had billions of dollars poured into it. You know what I'm saying? There's been no backing behind this information, but somehow it actually does exist. So, and again, to go along with your own genealogy, you know, we basically can conclude, you know, that there's some sort of funny business going on here. So here the description tells you of this particular clock. The drum-shaped case flanked by drapery and surmounted by the seated figure of America upon a palanquin with a hound supported on the shoulder of 4 African boys. So so the seated figure is America, and they're saying that the 4 figures around are African boys, because this particular clock creator made clocks of both America and Africa. So I guess on this particular one, he merged the 2 concepts together. So here we go, another one. I'm sure people have probably seen this one as well. This is a little close up, little side view, front view. Same creator as the one before, Jean Simon Deverberry. And I believe the interpretation is the Indian and the Indian entwined, I believe it's called. And then here in the description, it tells you yes, so it says figure of a young American Indian hunter wearing a gilt feathered skirt and plumed headdress with a quiver of arrows on his back and holding a bow in his left hand, an arrow in the right, as he inclines towards the right to embrace and kiss the beautiful American Indian huntress who is standing on the right of the clock. And then it kind of goes a little further, but oh, reclines back across the top of the dial and looks upwards to receive a kiss while placing her left hand above her lover's head. So you basically get the point. And today they would call this black love, right? I would think, you know what I'm saying? So, but they're saying it's Indian love, you know what I'm saying? So, all right. Here, I think this is the last one of these clocks. These particular clock figures. And so we could get a good look at it. This is another female. And this is simply called El Amerique or America. You can see circa 1799. And then we can see here, the description says El Amerique, which betrays a negress, with an alligator at her feet, is of the same design as here, the exotic personification of America. So they're calling El Amerique a negress. All right. And this is just another look. And you can see the gator here. All right. And there you go. So again, I didn't write this, so I don't know what to tell you. If you're a naysayer. Oh, that's let me see. All right, so I mean, I guess we could pretty much. It's still a lot of show. I'm not even gonna lie.
Nah, you good, man. You can say something for later on, bro. I mean, we good. We rocked out almost 4 hours of non-stop, you know what I'm saying, information and actual good observation, to go along with what we already know. So, definitely it's always good to look at these images and understand that these people know exactly who we are. And a lot of times, like you said, they will depict you as a savage. And that's the same shit they doing to us today. Mm-hmm. Like making us look savagery among the rest of the world.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
It's and like I said, at the end of the day, all of that is done to take your credibility. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Even as a human being.
And that's what I'm saying. And you're exactly right. And what happens as a result of it? If one of us gets shot down in the street, a lot of people don't have empathy because they're thugs anyway. You know what I mean? They kill each other. You know what I'm saying?
That was motherfuckers like Biden talking about, black kids need to be, taken off the streets and all that. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then you eventually vote for the same nigga who created your genocide and put you as a savage.
Man, I done seen people make up the most ridiculous reasons to vote for Biden over Trump. Yep. Like, you're gonna talk about something he said that long ago, and meanwhile he just said something other. What did Trump say about us though? Like, I don't get it. Like,
nothing.
Y'all are getting emotional of how he feels about foreigners, and that's crazy.
Yep.
But see, if you knew that this was your land, you wouldn't be looking at yourself as a foreigner.
Yeah, these niggas gonna learn. A lot of these people who going along with a lot of stuff, in about 10 years from now, they gonna realize just how stupid they were. And like I said, it ain't nothing worse than a nigga who know he been duped. Like, that's the worst feeling in the world when you know you've been got. You know somebody actually pulled a fast one on you, and you fell for it. Yup, and that's what's going to happen. Watch. When we look back and we saw these immigrants coming in, and we see the games, what was playing.
It's happening right now. Yeah. Like, if you see New York City right now, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? They putting people in gymnasiums and hotels.
Come on, bro. How you want? And all of that is what do you call that? That's like, you can't have people stacked like that. That shit is a concern.
Of course,
you can't have people stacked on top.
There's got to be a fire hazard or something.
Yeah, but why would you bring people here if you know you ain't got space for them? That's the question within the question. Why would you bring them here if you ain't got space for them?
Well, clearly,
what you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say clearly there is an agenda behind it, obviously. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we know it's agenda, but just among people who don't think it's an agenda. If you look, why would you bring all these people here? Who gives a fuck? And you letting them cross your border? Come on, bro. Like, Like, yeah, you letting them walk right over across the border, and then just come here as illegals, and then you lock people up every.
Wait a minute, I think I lost you. You might have dropped off. But the way I see it is they're just bringing over more slaves to uphold their agenda. You know what I mean? That's what it boils down to. People they could easily control and manipulate. Obviously, our people are going to always have a natural rebellion towards the system. You know what I mean? So they know. And just like Biden made those comments about the Latino community is incredibly diverse, unlike the quote unquote African Americans. All he's saying is that these people are easy to control, and they're down with our agenda. And obviously, it's because they have a benefit out of it, because they're getting to come over here and usurp our resources and energy, and they don't got to be at home. They don't got to stay home and fight and lift themselves up by the bootstrap. They come here and have Zaddy
and get treated better.
Yes, exactly.
And get treated better. Get treated like they some type of royalty. These fucking nomads and these fucking freeloaders.
That's what I'm. That's what I'm saying. It's
That's
just
absolutely
no, for sure, because that's all you could be if you're not going to put in the effort to fix your own homeland, but you'll come here and again, this system only wants them here so they can have more slaves to uphold their agendas. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And they can then X us out. You know what I'm saying? We already done gotten what we needed out of y'all. Like you were saying before, now they done took in everything we created. Now they got all the blueprints and everything because we done showed them too much. So now they don't need us. They can make hip hop because the technology has gotten to the point where you can literally just put together loops and call it a song. You can totally pitch a song to make it sound like you're really singing. You know what I mean? Like you can do all these things. They done figured out break dancing and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. They bring some Chinese.
They done figured it all out.
They'll bring some Chinese people in to break dance for you and shit. Like fuck niggas.
Yeah.
And then make it seem like they the ones that invented it.
Right. And once they can figure out football and basketball, they're gonna do it there too. You know what I'm saying? And and it is what it is. It's the great replacement, you know. But that's if we allow it to happen, you know. So I think it's gonna come to the point where people are gonna have no choice but to fall in line with this paradigm. You know what I mean? Because the only way out of this is not only knowing who you are, knowing this is your land, but proclaiming it and letting these people know. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like otherwise, you're just gonna remain a minority, a minor. You know what I mean? Which gives them the authority to rule over you, you know, and handle your affairs because you don't have the contractual capacity to do so as a minor. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And because you're stuck in that minority coalition mindset, right? You're gonna basically be shaking hands with your enemy. The people are coming here to subdue you. These people are
the minor thing is more of a like calling somebody a minor is mental. Like that'll mentally affect a grown up. You call a grown ass person a minor? What do you mean? Oh, so y'all the majority and we the minor. Okay, that means is they literally saying it in a sense that they got you outnumbered. That's what they literally saying. But then they also
obviously not what it is. Yeah. No, go ahead. My bad. No, I was just saying that's just a facade. But go ahead.
Yeah. No,
we obviously know we're the majority here.
Yeah. But that right there, using that, somebody saying that y'all the majority, we're the majority, you're the minor. So that making you automatically think along all the stuff that then happened to us, all the ways, all the shit that they have done, we thinking these people literally have us outnumbered to the point to where they make it some type of category calling you a minor, a grown ass person. Yo, you're a minor. Right. What?
Exactly. And all of that is to feed into that inferiority complex, you know what I'm saying, that they've instilled into us mainly via the Democratic Party, because everything the Democratic Party promotes to us is inferiority. Literally, everything they promote, they want you to depend on this government for everything, and that way they can control you by, okay, they're going to keep coming to us for everything, so we're just going to give them crumbs, and they're going to be content with that. They've gotten you to be content with nothing. They've gotten you to be content with nothing, that you literally are contributing to your own demise. And that's the whole purpose of the system, is for you to be set up to basically be your own downfall. You know what I'm saying? Because every day you go out and you purchase something from one of these foreigners, and unfortunately, there's not much we can do about it because they've monopolized everything. You know what I mean? So it's like they force you to have to shop with them. And that is what keeps them in control over you, because everything is done through economics, basically, in the system. So whoever has the abundance of fiat currency is the ones that are on top. That's why all of the corporations are really who runs everything. You know what I mean? In fact, of course, we know the United States is a corporation. So yeah, but I could go on all day about that. But yeah, so
yeah.
But yeah. So again, I do appreciate you letting me come on and present for the people. Hopefully, the people really enjoyed it. I did have a few people that hit me up, and gave some good reports. So I'm glad at least some people have enjoyed it. And hopefully we could do another one, and continue to lay out more information.
Yeah, I mean, would you like some people come up here and ask a question or anything, or you want to say that for the next time we come up?
Yeah, maybe we could. I guess we could say, yeah, maybe we could say for the next time. I mean, well, how many people watching?
I mean, now it's 104. I don't know where the fuck everybody been at, but now it's 104. This is probably the lowest I've ever had anybody in my chat room.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I've never seen you with a number that low. That's you might be getting shadow banned, honestly.
I mean, you know what? I mean, they try all type of tactics, but I don't know. I think a couple of people was live while we doing it, but anywho, on a playback, the numbers will be there.
For
So
sure.
it's just right now, but I don't know.
So I think so we could probably do that. I guess we put out enough for today. So we could definitely do that next time for sure. You know what I mean?
All right, so we good then, no doubt. Definitely thank to the brother King of America for coming up here, dropping 2 bills 2 days in a row. Shout out to everybody, man, in the chat room. Shout out to the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. Be looking out for part 3, because part 3 is on its way. So we'll probably do that any day. So with that being said, man, shout out to everybody coming through. I guess for the people who missed out, you're going to have to check it out on the replay, man. So peace of goddesses. With that being said, we out. Peace.
Yes, sir. Peace. Boy.
Yeah.